department of the Bono Regional Hospital, and then through other mediums and training. We have 20,000 plus that have benefited from all this project. They are benefited by way of healthcare, they are benefited by way of reconnecting back to the hospital, they are benefited by way of community development, they are benefited by the way of empowerment, and others are taking initiative of their healthcare. If not for the JoyNews Impact Project, all the things that I'm doing over here would otherwise not have been heard. So it's a very brilliant idea. People will be motivated, people will be inspired, people will be challenged to pick up a problem in their society. It doesn't matter who is watching, it doesn't matter who is not watching you, we have to keep going. So I commend JoyNews for this wonderful program and project which have come to stay, and this being the maiden one, we believe is going to be a springboard for society, especially the youth, to pick up projects in their communities. So I believe it's one of the greatest projects that we can ever have in our country and then in the world. So I commend JoyNews for this impact project.
Addressing the media about the bill, and then thanking members who helped shape the bill for its passage. Now, the next stage, obviously, is for the clerk or the table office to put together and make it refined, and then it is presented to the President of the Republic, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for his signature. But if he is unable to do so, if he rejects it, then it will be back in Parliament with his reasons and concerns for it to be fine-tuned. So that's the next stage of it. Even though it's been passed by Parliament, it is not a law yet. It is not a law yet. It becomes only a law if assented to by the President of the Republic. And that is the next stage of this anti-gay or anti-LGBTIQ bill. This is the pause here on JoyNews. Now, let me take you to the Upper West region, because the Ward District Court, presided over by His Honor Maswe Titiriko Max Brain, has remanded 7 individuals for the second time in connection with the brutal murder of Eric Johnson, the Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Cosy Hills Hotel. 6 of the accused will remain in Ward Police custody, while the 7th, Elisha Mahama, has been transferred to the Ward Central Prison. JoyNews' Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam sat through the proceedings in court and has come to with this report.
The maiden appearance of the suspects 2 weeks ago had 5 of them been remanded into police custody. 7 persons, however, appeared at the Ward District Court today following the arrest of 2 more suspects that included SAC Human Resource Manager of the Royal Cosy Hills Hotel, Elisa Mahama. They came into the court in 2 batches and in 2 police vehicles. The accused persons are Dokoro Foster, Brian Makasim, Bayo Felix, and Kumbata Kweku. The rest are Flavor Nobe, Michael Kluge, and Elisa Mahama. 3 lawyers, Lawyer Luwanga Bogon Luri, Clement Iledi, and Muniru Kasim, represented the 7 accused persons. Detective Chief Inspector Ali Mohammed, representing Judicial Police Officer Chief Superintendent Ali Chow, first prayed to the court for amendment of the charge sheet to include the 7th accused person, Elisa Mahama, who was picked up at Takoradi and airlifted to Wa on a commercial flight. The judge granted the wish of the prosecution. The prosecution further prayed to the court to remand the suspects 2 more weeks to enable them conclude their investigations. This, he said, they would like to see the autopsy and forensic audit reports, meet with the pathologists, among others, to tie the loose ends to enable them present a strong case for prosecution. All 3 lawyers agreed hook, line, and sinker to the plea made by the police prosecution. They, however, want the plea of 2 weeks to be shortened to 1 week. Lawyer Clement Iledi, who is the defense counsel for Elisa Mahama, told the court he will wish to have his client remanded at the West Central Prison, where he believed he can have unfettered access to him. He recounted the difficulties he went through to have access to his client during his stint at the Ward Police cells. His colleague lawyers, however, has no such difficulties and preferred the Ward Police custody. The presiding judge, Maxwell Tutuku Max Brain, in evaluating the arguments, remanded all accused persons to police custody with the exception of the 7th accused person, Eliasa Mahama, to prison custody. They are to appear on March 13, 2024. Defense counsel for the chief accused person, lawyer Muniru Kasim, explained further what transpired in court.
The condition in our prisons sometimes may not be the best, and the conditions even in custody, police, is not the best. So sometimes we thought that would help, that would that will make the prosecution work faster, that will make the investigators work faster if they come to court after a week. So we thought to ask for a week. And indeed, the court declined our application for a week's adjournment and adjourned it to 2 weeks.
Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam. Wow.
Now, Europe is dealing with a sharp rise in drug trafficking and drug-related violence. Authorities say they have seized very large quantities of drugs at some of Europe's most important ports in recent years and are calling for more international cooperation to tackle the problem. Thomas, our partners with the DW, they have the latest on it, and they join me via Zoom. Now, Thomas, first give us some more details about this. Just how big is this problem?
It is indeed a big problem. It's also a growing problem in several European countries, and in particular in some of Europe's biggest ports. We're talking here about Rotterdam, Antwerp, Valencia, other ports, also here in Germany, the port of Hamburg. Growing amounts of drug, in particular growing amounts of cocaine, have been seized in those ports, and it has become a problem that simply goes beyond those seizures. It also basically has turned into a security situation, into a security challenge in different European countries, as drugs also end up having an impact in the societies where they arrive. And this is a problem that goes also beyond just these major ports. There are smaller ports in countries like Sweden that have been particularly affected by those arrivals of shipments and also by the violence that is related to all of this. And what this has meant is basically that European officials, both at an EU level and at a national level, have realized that they have to increase their efforts to deal with this problem, which is obviously a growing one, a very difficult one, and in fact one that has been described as even similar to the risks posed by terrorism when it comes to the security impact that it is causing in different European countries.
So what are authorities proposing in Europe to deal with drug trafficking and drug-related violence?
Belgium is the country that in this semester is leading the Council of the European Union and has proposed a so-called Ports Alliance. In other words, working together with those ports where the shipments arrive and the drug arrives, let's say, from countries in South America, obviously hidden within other products that arrive to those ports. So it is necessary from a European perspective to work together with port authorities. But beyond that, it has also become a priority to work with both the countries of origin, where the drugs come, in particular cocaine, so in this case, for example, South American countries, but also with some of the countries and regions of transit. And in this case, it's particularly relevant to stress also, for example, the case of African countries as well. So what's becoming clear is the need to work in a more broader international aspect of all this. There's a need, according to European officials, to basically have a global effort to deal with this problem that is obviously now in particular affecting European ports, European cities and European countries as well.
Now, I do understand that Germany's interior minister is traveling to some of the countries of origin. What's her goal with these visits?
Germany's interior minister is in several South American countries where cocaine is produced to basically understand the picture of how the drug is produced, how it is also shipped, but also more importantly, to also sign agreements with authorities in those respective countries, because again, there is an understanding that if Europe is going to deal with the problem here in the continent, here, let's say, in those major ports, it has to happen in collaboration with authorities in the countries of origin where the drug obviously originates. So Germany's interior minister is traveling to several Latin American countries, and by the way, she's not the first official to do so. She has been, there have been previous other officials from different countries also traveling to countries like Peru, like Colombia, like Ecuador, like Brazil, to specifically talk to authorities there and try to find common approaches to deal with drug smuggling and drug-related crime.
But Thomas, you mentioned Africa as a major transit region for drug shipment from South America. Bring us up to speed on this.
The focus is actually now on that trip to South America, so basically working not only with the ports here in Europe, but also with the countries of origin. But it's actually important to stress that it's not only about the countries where the drug arrives or the countries where the drugs actually depart from. Also, the transit countries play an increasingly important role when it comes to understanding the drug trade and specifically how to combat that drug trade. And in this particular case, Africa plays a significant role. There have been reports, investigative reports, stressing that countries in southern and eastern Africa are having a growing role when it comes to this aspect of transit. And that is something that obviously, according to officials in different countries, is particularly important to stress. So this is not only, even though the focus now is, let's say, on South America, or the focus is on the ports here in Europe, it's not only about that. There are other regions in the world that also play a significant role. Hence, the appeal by European officials to understand this as a problem that affects many different regions and that has to be fought against, that has to be combated specifically as an international approach and not one only based on specific countries. So Africa certainly also plays a role here, and it's one that obviously would be very good to work in collaboration with European officials and officials from other regions of the world to try and combat not only the drug trade per se, but also drug-related crime, which is something that is affecting not only Europe, but other regions in the world as well.
Thank you very much. So that's Thomas with our partners at DWTV in Germany. Well, folks, that's our show for this Wednesday's edition of The Pulse. For more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. Parliament passes anti-LGBTIQ bill. Parliament vetting of new nominated ministers scheduled for March 5 to the 12th. Canada, Japan versus Anas. Supreme Court dismisses Anas suit against the High Court. Now, tomorrow, we have an exclusive with the Attorney General Minister for Justice. Now, President Akufo-Addo yesterday mentioned that the AG has saved the country over 10 trillion Ghana cedis. Now, we have been told that the amount is actually 14 trillion. So, what are the cases? Tomorrow, exclusively on The Pulse, we have the AG for you. My name is Elton Brobe. Have a good evening and take care.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. Home Tips with Mira is all about home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. So in today's episode, I am doing something very basic, something very simple, and that is frying eggs. Yes, but I'm adding a certain kind of herb to the vegetables that I'll add to the egg, and that herb is so common. In fact, it grows by itself. It's in our gardens. You know, at times when you're walking, you see it in cracked pavement, but it is highly edible. So before we do that, let's step out and then we will see what kind of herb it is. The leaves I'm referring to is parsley. I believe you have seen this before. In fact, it is not weed, it is a herb, and it is so high and so rich in omega-3 fatty acids, something that can be also found in fish oils like salmon. When you eat salmon, you get omega-3 fatty acids and sardine, and it is so rich in purslane. So when you see purslane in your garden or in your house, maybe it is coming through some cracked pavement, please don't uproot it as weed and throw it away. In fact, it has a lot of uses, both medicinal and for human consumption. So now let's look at how purslane looks like. The stem is a bit fleshy and it is pink, you know, a little reddish, and the leaves are also fleshy, and it has seeds. The seeds are so small and they are so black. So I'm just going to cut some purslane and I'm going to add it to other vegetables, and I'll use it for my egg. Purslane contains a compound which is called oxalate, and it is so high in it, so it's not so advisable to consume it raw. You can just steam it or boil it, and it reduces that one a bit. Just like, you know, how you would consume other leafy vegetables like ademe, like spinach, like kontomire. You know, you just need to boil them up a bit in order to consume them. So it is the same way with purslane. So I'm cutting mine and I'm going to use it for my egg. After harvesting your purslane, cut off the smaller stems and soak it in salt solution for about 5 minutes. This is to kill off any pathogens or living organisms on the purslane. Whilst you are doing that, then you can start to chop your vegetables. But for me, the vegetable that I'm going to add to my egg, I have red bell pepper, I have garlic, I have onion, and then salt to taste, and then I have a bit of cayenne pepper just to add some hotness to it. That is how I like it. And of course, I'm using my usual and regular coconut oil to do the frying. I've chopped all my veggies, including the purslane, and this is the raw purslane. You know, some people eat it raw, but it is not so advisable, like I said earlier, to eat it raw, because it contains something called oxalate, and eating it too much can, you know, result in you having kidney stones, according to research. So we don't want to have any kidney stones in our body, so we have to subject it to heat a bit. But let me just share with you how it tastes like in its raw form. Okay, it is crunchy, and it's a bit slimy, and it tastes a bit similar to spinach. Yes, it's similar to spinach. So in frying my egg, I'm just going to put my oil in the pan and then add my chopped garlic just to, you know, whip up the flavor, because I love the garlic flavor. And then I'll put in straight my chopped purslane, because I want the cooking time to be a bit more. So I'll just wait for like a minute, and then I'll add my onion and then the chopped red bell pepper. You know, as usual, I always do the tasting for you. So the taste of the purslane now, as it has been cooked, is a bit different from when I tasted it earlier, which was a bit slimy. So always remember to subject your purslane to heat, because that is a better way of taking it. And please remember that purslane also is so rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which is, good for your general well-being. It helps with your brain development, it helps with bone health, and it boosts your immunity. And please, when you are using your purslane, wherever you get it from, whether in your garden or by the roadside, be careful, because there's a probability that pesticides or weedicides has been used in that area. We don't want to ingest any poison into our body. So whilst enjoying your purslane, please go on my YouTube page to subscribe and share, and also follow me on Facebook. And remember to take very good care of your body, because that is all that you have. So please, until I come your way again next time, please stay positive and healthy. Bye-bye.
Good morning and welcome to the AM show right here on JoyNews, your home of independent, fearless and credible journalism. On today's lineup of the program, of course, I'll serve you the news in a bit, and then we'll get into the news review. For today, a member of the MPP communications team, Kweku Jesse, will be our guest for the news review. And then we get into AM Sports, where Muftau Nabil Abdullahi will present his segment, and then we get into the big stories. Now, today, we continue our analysis of President Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation's address. Today, we'll delve into the educational policies he's proposed. We'll speak to a man who can analyze and diverge into other issues of national interest. On AM Exclusive, we host former rector of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Professor Stephen Adey. Also on the AM show, Parliament has finally passed the highly contentious Anti-LGBTQ+ bill. The bill, introduced in the House years ago, was approved unanimously on Wednesday, February 28th, following a completion of the third reading. The bill will be presented to President Akufo-Addo for his assent. We have all this on our table today for critical analysis. And then we'll host a young man passionate about issues of the youth and seeking to be Member of Parliament for Ketu North on the tickets of the opposition National Democratic Congress. Eric Edemagbana will be my guest later on in the show. And then we will talk about March. It's a march to donate blood to support the National Blood Bank happening at Laboma Beach this weekend. We have more details later on in the show. From now till 10 a.m., we have a lineup of engaging conversations that you want to stay for. And then we open the phone lines for you to join in on the conversation. This is the AM Show. My name is Sweetie Abochi, and I do this with Benjamin Akakpo. Time now for the news.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
This is the AM News. Let's begin from Parliament, who have passed the Anti-LGBTQ bill now. The bill, among others, prescribes a 3-year jail term for engaging in LGBTQ+ activities and a 5-year imprisonment for promoting LGBTQ+ activities. For so many weeks, the bill's passage had suffered last-minute blockages and amendments. Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Kweku Asante reports.
It has taken 3 years for this bill to go through Parliament and finally passed. Civil society organizations and some human rights organizations have railed against this bill, warning that this could spell doom for Ghana's democracy. But Parliament has unanimously today approved this bill. There was not a single voice that voted in opposition to this bill on the floor today. It was not without some controversy. The majority leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, pleaded with the Speaker to allow him some more time to move some further amendments to the bill because the sponsors had moved some earlier today.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly pray that you grant me leave, which leave would allow me to formally file some amendments I have to this bill. But the sponsors themselves again and again filed amendments. Please, let's be fair. The sponsors themselves...
Leader, ignore them and make your point.
The sponsors themselves again and again filed amendments. Please hear me. Please accommodate me. I'm not the only one who is coming with an application for second consideration. This is the third time that the sponsors themselves have come to this house for second consideration. The third time. Twice on notice, one without notice. So, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't be out of place to pray, to be accommodated, to enable me file my amendments. Mr. Speaker, I believe that instead of going viva voce, instead of using the extempore approach, if I file and it same appear on the other paper and members are able to read, they will get a sense of my point, and then we'll be able to have a law that all of us would appreciate its import. Mr. Speaker, should we hurriedly suspend the rules and say that we are past it?
Well, the NDC were clearly opposed to that, and the Speaker of Parliament himself will not acquiesce to that demand.
Speaker, our colleague, the Majority Leader, just asked for a prayer. In the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 3, the Bible says that to everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under the heaven. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1. And I believe the time for the third reading of this bill is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Put the question.
So the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, put the question on this controversial anti-gay bill, and it passed.
I'm going to put the question. I'm going to put the question that the motion has been moved and seconded. And I left it for your consideration. You've made your points. And it's not for me to take the decision, it's for the House to take the decision. And so I put the question. Those in favor that the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021 be taken through the third reading, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021 is read the third time and passed.
An act to provide for human sexual rights and family values and related matters.
Following this, lead sponsor of the bill, Sam Nate George, says he expects that President Akufo-Addo will sign this bill into law immediately.
It is our belief that this will be communicated from the Speaker's Secretariat expeditiously to His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. It is our hope, our prayer, and belief that President Akufo-Addo will be a man of his words and stick to the words he spoke to the Anglican Church in the Eastern region when he said, under his watch, LGBTQ will not be established. When he gave assurances to members of the clergy that he was going to ensure that anything that promoted LGBTQ will be dealt with. There is nothing that deals with LGBTQ better than this bill that has just been passed by Parliament. We expect the President to walk his talk and be a man of his words. We are grateful to the media and we will continue to work with you.
This bill will now head to the desk of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and we expect that it will face some challenges because the President has signaled its intention not to sign private members into law if it imposes a charge on the consolidated fund. But no one knows the mind of the President now, and that is up to him now to decide whether or not he will sign this bill into law. This controversial bill imposes custodial sentence of 3 years on persons who engage in LGBTQ activities and 5 years on persons who promote LGBTQ activities. This is what Human Rights Watch and other human rights organizations have said is draconian. And Alexander Afenyo-Markin had been hoping to change the custodial sentences and replace them with community sentences, but he failed in this bid. Reporting for Joy News, Kweku Asante, Parliament House, Accra.
Kweku Asante there from Parliament. Now, moving on, maize farming communities often find themselves with an abundance of maize cobs, considered waste from the shelling or threshing process and typically burnt in open air. Again, drudgery accompanied with maize shelling is discouraging to would-be farmers. The Technology Consultancy Center of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is empowering maize farmers by building their capacities to repurpose these cobs into briquettes and utilize them as additional material for sandcrete in building construction. Love FM's Kwesi Deborah has more for Tech Thursday.
Tokono enkusi yin kakran and in from kese adene sesem from entumi soja ansa na we be no e be soja all time in the next 7 minutes Mr.
We are here to help the participants and community members from Kofoso, to char their farm products, especially with their corn crops. The essence is that we want to help with the deforestation effort, where a lot of people want to go cut trees and then burn it. The essence of this training is to help the participants, make use of their local produce product, which is the farm product waste, and convert it into a useful venture. So they will get the corn cobs, char it, and then turn them into a clean energy saving fuel.
On shelling, we know in most of our communities, most of the farmers are corn growers, or they are maize farmers. But we've realized that they have struggles when it comes to shelling of the corn. And it's a big challenge. It's either you shell with your thumb, which you have pain over a period of time, and for that reason, most of our kids do not even want to help their parents when they are shelling the corn. Aside that, others also hit it with sticks as the corn is in a sack. So we've come up with a technology where we use simple tools made out of sheet metal to develop a sheller.
Bedroom living on. I never knew such program exists, but today we are very happy and we are anticipating that the project will be enrolled to all the communities for the farmers to benefit.
Reporting for JoyNews, Kwesi Deborah.
Now, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mark Bedu Abuaji, has indicated that the African Continental Free Trade Area is expected by 2030 to take about 50 million people out of poverty. He wants women business owners in the northern region to take advantage of the huge market AfCFTA offers to export to other countries. The CEO said at the opening ceremony of the GIZ Trade Hub, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry Women Conference on AfCFTA in Tamale. Martina Bugri reports.
The training is to equip these women with the necessary skills to overcome the challenges women business owners face in their quest to grow their businesses. It is also to help get more women take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. CEO of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mark Bedu Abuaji, said, for a country to have a robust economy, there was the need to get more women into the space.
So I encourage all of us, if you want to move our economy from where it is now, from aid dependence, from import of goods and services, then we need to empower women to trade more. That is why we all of us can generate foreign revenue to move our economy forward. After, by 2030, we take over 50 million people out of poverty. We want to move people out of poverty in Tamale and its environment. The way out is after. The way out is ladies who are ready to export and after.
The Northern Regional Director of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Hamidi Hamza Sani, said it was important that more focus is placed on building the capacity of women business owners.
It is therefore imperative that more focus is placed on helping female entrepreneurs and businesswomen to build high growth companies. These ventures are promising from an economic growth and job creation standpoint, especially as women entrepreneurs are often more inclined to hire their other women.
The guest speaker, Emilia Asokwa, said given that women dominate the business space, there was the need to let them understand the opportunities available on the after space.
Given that women entrepreneurs and traders dominate the private sector with approximately 44% of MSMEs in Ghana being owned by women, according to the World Bank's 2021 report, it becomes imperative to ensure that Ghanaian business women and youth fully grasp the intricacies of the opportunities and challenges presented by the AfCFTA agreement. Hence, the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, GNCCI, in partnership with the German Development Corporation, GIZ, initiated a nationwide sensitization conference in 2023 with a specific focus on women. Sessions of this conference have already been conducted in 2 regional capitals of Ghana, namely Accra and Kumasi, and we look forward to extending it to the other regions. This conference aims to furnish women with vital information on AfCFTA opportunities and strategies for the optimization encompassing education on rules of origin, export financing, and export readiness.
Moving on, an international organization committed to stopping violent conflicts and creating more peaceful societies Constellation Resources is asking governments to prioritize dealing with vulnerabilities in the country that can force young people into terrorism. Speaking at a regional stakeholders dialogue on emerging security threats and initiatives towards effective boundary management organized by the Ghana Boundary Commission West Africa, Programs Director of the Constellation Resources, Janet Mohammed, said though the terrorism threat spilling down from the Sahel to the West African coastal states is real, government should also pay attention to what breeds homegrown terrorism. Maxwell Agbagba has more in this report.
The strategic plan of the Ghana Boundary Commission requires collaboration and engagement with relevant institutions on early warning reports, initiatives and other research matters that relate to international boundary activities and issues. By doing so, the Commission remains well informed about emerging boundary-related threats, evolving challenges, and current trends along Ghana's international boundaries. The program, which was organized in collaboration with Conciliation Resources and the Robert Bosch think tank, brought together various stakeholders from state security agencies, civil society organizations, media, and many others. West Africa Programs Director of Conciliation Resources, Janet Mohammed, emphasized at the regional stakeholders dialogue on emerging security threats and initiatives towards effective boundary management organized by the Ghana Boundary Commission that while the terrorism threat originating from the Sahel and spreading to West African coastal states is indeed significant, government must not overlook the factors that contribute to homegrown terrorism within its own borders.
Threat is going to come from somewhere. It is coming from within. If our young people are there and they don't have hope for the future, they can join. So what we are saying is that let us secure our young people. Let's give them hope for the future. Let's also strengthen their wisdom and their skills to be able to protect themselves, to be able to protect their families. Elsewhere, this is done. Why are our young people so helpless? If they are helpless, they can be deployed by anybody. And so when we talk about the spillage of the impact of the insurgency from the Sahel, it is not just physically people walking from the Sahel to come and attack the coastal countries. It is also the vulnerabilities that are being created in the coastal countries that are making it possible for these things to happen. So our young people themselves should be supported. People in the border areas, that's what we are saying. People in the border areas should be supported.
Director of Boundary Operations at the Ghana Boundary Commission, Colonel Henry Badasu, says aside from its core functions, the Commission has also been organizing awareness programs on terrorism for border communities.
Yes, we're doing capacity building. We are doing community sensitization groups who we are constantly in touch with to provide first-hand information on activities along the boundary, and we do sensitization of information that comes, and then this forwarded to the appropriate quarters to be able to see how best measures will be put in place to be able to address some of this issue. For now, I'll say it has been very effective in terms of the collaboration and then information flow from the ground, and with this the partners coming on board, I think it's going to further enhance our visibility in our activities along the border to be able to ensure the citizens of Ghana are well protected from any would-be terrorist group or any insurgents that will try to harm the security of this country.
In other news, the Youth Resource Center in Koforidua in the Eastern region is receiving finishing works to host this year's National Independence Day Parade. The Ghana Armed Forces and allied security services are also getting their men in shape for the occasion. Peter Senu was at the rehearsal grounds. Here's his report.
In a week's time, the Koforidua Youth Resource Center would be a busy place to hold the National 67 Independence Parade here. The president is expected to be in attendance. So far, preparations are underway to get the place fit for purpose for the day. We have been speaking to the MC for the new Joabin South municipality.
We are very prepared. We've not completed yet, but as you can see, almost all the engineers are on the ground. You can see for yourself we have a lot of masons and carpenters and engineers working together. everything is coming, much together as we have expected. Of course, we are working under a lot of pressure, but I know we are going to deliver. This is something that we are determined to give Ghana one of the best Independence Day celebrations we've ever had. So yes, we are getting our preparations work done.
What are your expectations?
Well, it's quite emotional for me because I think the president has worked so hard. This is going to be his last term in office, and he will go on retirement. And of course, Eastern region, and to be precise, Koforidua, we are determined to make sure we give of our best. It's been a long journey, and I'm happy that the president is having his last celebration, 67th celebration, Independence Day celebration here on this ground, and to be precise, in Koforidua. So there's a lot of teamwork going on. Everybody is trying to work hard and make sure the best come from the East. So we are working towards that.
Right, so the Ghana Armed Forces, the Navy, the Prison Service, and other allied services have also been seriously rehearsing towards the day. We have also been speaking to some residents in town to get the mood as to what they expect for the day.
I'm very excited because it's the first time of its kind, Eastern Region hosting the National Independence Day. So I'm very, very much excited.
What are your expectations for the day?
I'm expecting a lot of people, adventurers, people coming all the way from all parts of the region to come and just see. Some people even haven't seen the president of the republic, so it's an advantage for them to come around to see their president.
Oh, me guy, fine pass, omobaha, abedi independence no wa. Nemo ni yesre na say, enye de bia na e won say enko baby fa akon. E to de bia e wo say chinchin fa regions ni na so. Ante be ba ha de ani age pa ahonsepe say biribi sa no so ene wa kai say Eastern Region for so wo baba ye ha na wa bedi independence wa.
From the Koforidua Youth Resource Center here in the Eastern Region, my name is Peter Sanu for JoyNews.
And now, Chief Executive Officer of Forever Clear, Grace Ameobing, is asking Ghanaian students to leverage technology to create self-employment. She explained that technology provides a myriad of opportunities and, when utilized well, would lead to job and wealth creation among the youth. She was speaking at the Grand Deba of the 71st anniversary celebrations of the Keta Senior High School in the Keta municipality of the Volta region.
The 71st anniversary celebrations of Keta Senior High School provided a platform to map out strategies to enable the school to attain higher heights and win academic laurels. The headmaster, Innocent August, outlined congestion in dorms, dining hall, and classrooms as some of the challenges that need immediate intervention. He therefore called for stakeholders' support towards achieving the short-term goals of the school.
Currently, our major goal is three-pronged. That is, to work hard towards churning out very good WASSCE results, then creating well-disciplined students, and then striving hard to get back to the Category A status. Mr. Chairman, this is where our focus lies presently.
The guest of honor, the Chief Executive Officer of Forever Clear, Mrs. Grace Ameobing, lauded the school's progress and urged the students to embrace technology to avoid unemployment.
Or simply put, tech, as your generation calls it, to create your opportunities, be your boss, and maybe even become the next tech superstar. This may sound far-fetched to some of you, right? It shouldn't. The world is changing and changing fast. And technology is giving you the power to forge your path. Imagine this. Instead of waiting for a traditional job, you are designing websites and apps for clients. You were able to assess the needs of people and able to meet their needs through designing apps.
The Volta Regional Director of Education, Francis Agbemadi, entreated the school's management to focus on science, technology, engineering and mathematics education and preparing students for the technological world.
Providing STEM-related facilities, supporting STEM education and career paths, and encouraging STEM-related projects will equip students with skills to thrive in the technological advancement of the 21st century.
The president of the Tasco Old Students Association, Dr. Stanislaus Adiaba, pledged their support to improving infrastructure of the school with an immediate focus on uplifting the state of the kitchen.
This year's birthday gift is being dedicated to the kitchen. Our kitchen is in a very deplorable state. When the kitchen one is attended to, it's our intention to now look at our staff common room.
Fred Kwame Asari, JoyNews, Keta.
Well, that's up. We wrap up for the AM News. Up next is the news review. My guest, NPP Communications team member Kweku Jesse. Please stay with me.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
Champion, undefeated,
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on JoyNews. JoyNews, your election headquarters.
You're still watching the AM News. Time now for the news review, where we get into the newspapers and stories making the headlines and see how it resonates with us, citizens and leaders. My guest this morning is member of NPP Communications team, Kweku Jesse. Good morning, Mr. Jesse. If you can hear me, it's a pleasure to have you on the AM show this morning.
Good morning, sweetie. Thank you for having me once again here. It's always also a pleasure to be on this show. And a very good morning to your cherished viewers and then your crew as well.
Right.
How is it going?
So far so good. I mean, yesterday we've seen that our parliamentarians have passed the anti-LGBTQ bill. I don't know what you think about that, but quickly, in a few minutes, tell me what's the most, what's occupying most space in your mind this morning on the issues going on in the country?
Thank you very much once again. So I am being preoccupied by the progressive, State of the Nation address by the President of the Republic of Ghana. Interestingly, the President gave an address to the nation, which in a way differs from what we have been used to in terms of having the President in the past narrating and lamenting on the various, progress of projects, programs, and policies, and always assuring the Ghanaian populace of some of these projects, programs, and policies being in the pipeline or maturing in the near future. Unlike that, you could see that this time around, the President was able to give Ghanaians an array of programs, policies, and projects that have matured, and he moved on to juxtapose the impact of these projects, programs, and policies to the good people of this country. And that was very refreshing, very, very encouraging, because if you could see, the President highlighted a lot of policies and programs that have come to the fore and are benefiting the people. One significant one, and it was very good that the President opened his speech with that, was security. Protection of the territorial integrity of the state is very, very, very key as people, especially looking at recent geopolitical activities around the four corners of the country, where we have all the countries around the Sahara Belt being, occupied by military government. And we see the insurgencies of terrorist groups, nearing our borders, and having, conflict in Boko area becomes a problem and a cause for worry. So it was very important for us to hear the executive activities, programs, and policies towards ensuring peace at these conflict areas and making sure that we do not become victims of these terrorist groups and then militant activities happening around the borders of the country. The NCA intervention of controlling or censoring media houses within this catchment area, making sure that hate speeches are controlled, engaging the government effort of engaging various traditional leaders to bring in lasting solution to these conflicts are all significant strides that the government has made with respect to security. The government moved on to speak about sports. And sweetie, you know that there are three key things that drive the passion of this country. When we talk about sports, we talk about politics, we talk about religion. And it was good that the government was able to highlight the various infrastructural development that have been committed to developing and promoting sporting activities in the country. Talk of the 150 AfCFTA vis-a-vis the 3 in 2017. Talk about the refurbishment of all, sports stadia across the country, the newly built ones, and all that. The government also highlighted through the President's speech issues concerning education, and you can, see the massive infrastructural development and contribution to developing education in this country, especially at the secondary and the tertiary level, with GET Fund really supporting over 2,200 projects across the country. That was very, refreshing. So as infrastructure, so as roads, digitalization, agriculture, health, and the government was able to highlight the impact of all these projects and programs on the Ghanaian economy and the living standard of the people. So I've been thinking about it, and the conversation is still ongoing. So that has been my preoccupation. Aside that, yesterday was also another historic day in the life of Parliament of this country. And I think going forward, we'll talk about that too.
Yes. But before we get into the papers, of course, the headlines is chronicling this anti-LGBTQ bill that's been passed in Parliament. But you mentioned the security issue, and I just wanted to chip in and say that in as much as the threats we are facing in terms of boundary or the conflicts trickling in from the Sahel into the coastal areas is real, I think that if the people, the citizens, or particularly the youth are not comfortable or are not living a life that they can thrive in whatever industry they find themselves in, it becomes easy for them to be convinced to pick up arms and fight for a cause, whatever that may be. So in as much as we are trying to, trying to caution the citizens to be careful or to be security conscious, the work that needs to be done for us to actually achieve that is to ensure that the youth are gainfully employed or they are, thriving in whatever industry that they find themselves in, that the youth are okay, so that nobody, they would prefer to continue in whatever industry they're applying rather than pick up arms for a cause. I just wanted to put that out there. But let's get into the newspapers, starting from the Daily Guide newspaper. And the front page says, anti-gay bill passed, 3 years jail term. Of course, yesterday we saw Parliament, led by the Speaker, Alban Bagbin, unanimously passing the bill, which will be presented to the President to assent his signature. But do you think that we will see that day come when the President actually signs this bill into a law? What do you think?
All right. So I think it was forthcoming. It was expected that this day will come where Parliament will reflect on the general aspiration and position of the Ghanaian community with respect to the passage of the LGBT bill into act, the anti-LGBT bill. Now that hurdle has been crossed, but what is left for us is the President signing or assenting to this bill.
Will it happen?
I can assure you. Yes. You see, the President, and I think we must be able to appreciate where he stands. The President stated clearly in the Eastern region before the clergy of Anglican that he, as a president, will not, and take my words, will not ensure that anything that will preserve our culture, anything that will promote our culture, our family, practice, will not be affected, especially in the light of LGBTQ. He will not condone it. His government will not tolerate anything that seeks to project or promote LGBTQ. And for that matter, he's ready to support every single move that will help the country to preserve its culture, values, and tradition. And the passage of this bill and being assented to and being enforced as a bill or as an act or a law is one of the critical ways of ensuring that the values and the culture and aspirations of the people are preserved, as stated in the words of the President. So now that the bill has been passed by Parliament, awaiting presidential or executive assent, I am very confident that the President will do the needful. However, we are in a democratic dispensation, sweetie, and I think every meaningful Ghanaian who is listening to us appreciates that in terms of this, we should allow people to talk, advocacy. So remember, the initial position of the President was that let's engage as people, because we are moving a step ahead as people in contemporary times. We are very aware and conscious of the impact of passing such bills, globally. So as people, we must engage ourselves, understand the intricacies of the steps that we are taking, understand the various stakeholders, how it impacts on our democratic values freedom of speech, freedom of expression, especially even in the case where there is an iota or element of censorship of the media with respect to the promotion of LGBTQ activities, then it becomes very important as people to engage. So the president, wanting to preserve our values, will also want the people to have a holistic engagement. That is why I think we've seen a number of groups even springing up before and during the passage of this bill, also airing their minority views. And I think it is very important. However, the president understands that Parliament is the representation of the people.
Right.
And yesterday's passage of the bill was a unanimous one. Therefore, if in his own wisdom, he thinks that the time is now for we to put this bill into a law, he will do that. There are some few things that we need to really look at. Personally, as a student of law and a student of family values, I believe that we should look at some critical issues of, this whole LGBT thing being seen as behavioral, and then the issue of censorship of the media vis-a-vis the independence of the media to broadcast, and the media practitioners and media institutions under this bill are advised not to promote. So there's an idea of an attempt to censor the media, which in a way affects media independence. We should be able to streamline that. My issue also has to do with advocacy. Democracy is all about advocacy. The general understanding and impression of the people is that in Ghana, issues of LGBTQ are alien to the values and cultural practices and the proper family activities of this country. And that is true. And generally, everybody feels that we are not ready for accepting such, practice among us. That is very fair. However, we must build a society where the voice of the minority is always heard. So if we see a bill that seeks to, frown on anything advocacy about issues of LGBTQ, then it becomes a bit problematic. Right. That is my issue. However, Parliament passing this bill was very expected, forthcoming. They have really reflected the position of the general Ghanaian people of this country.
Right. I like that you said it is alien to us, but we've known that these people, that this group of people have existed among us for centuries. And so perhaps the provision should criminalize the promotion alone and not the practice, because again, you said that the minorities' rights must be protected, regardless of everything, regardless of the sexual orientation. These people are still human beings and they have rights, which is why we saw rights groups and civil society organizations trying to stop the passage of this bill. The provision is saying that up to 6 to 10 years of imprisonment for anyone who produces, procures, or distributes material deemed to promote LGBTQ plus activities. How significant is that? Is that a bit much, do you think? 6 to 10 years? Because you choose to align a certain way sexually.
All right, so let me deal with the first part of your question.
Right.
Yes, it's a very key observation. The issue of LGBTQ and this whole bill borders on law and morality. It is very key that we underscore the point that every law has an iota of morality. So law and morality are intertwined. They move together. It is also very key to appreciate the fact that the tendencies of LGBTQ have lived with us time immemorial, like you've rightly said. We know the Kujubesiers, the tomboys and the tomgirls, they are natural phenomena that live with us among our societies, but they are not normal. You see, that is one distinction that we should be able to establish, that we have our family members, our brothers and sisters, who have these tendencies. We must be able to accept them, live with them peacefully. Now, the issue of this anti-LGBTQ bill is more geared towards the expression publicly, of these tendencies, which even with initial and, the first scientific research were being indicated to be abnormal tendencies of human beings. So the law also practically does not have any issue or business with what happened in somebody's private life or what happens in somebody's home. That is not the business of the law. The law takes care of activities in public, outside, that affect your neighbor or any other person's right, or that have issues with public health, that have issues with public morality. You see, that is the focus of the law. So it is not really to say that we do not know them. We know our brothers and sisters. We know those who have generally and genuinely these tendencies, not really engaging in activities of LGBTQ. But when you want to move out to express yourself, which is an alien to the culture of the Ghanaian people, then there is a problem. And that is where the law comes in, to control how we identify ourselves, how we project ourselves and interests and our tendencies in the public. If you do not cater some of these things, then a day may come, sweetie, where somebody will say that my tendency is for me to work with, say, 5 women and always, show publicly my affection to these 5 women. And then they may come out to say that that is their right, and for that matter, we should accept it. So every right has a responsibility. When you look at our constitution, your right must hit the limit of public health, public safety, public morality. And where these rights are seen to be affecting these key, tenets of the society, then it may be curtailed. So it is more to do with the expression, the promotion. Talk about the punishment. The custodial punishment of 3 to 5 years, 5 years to 10 years, and all that, some, as you've rightly stated, see that as a bit harsh. But when you look at other countries, in Africa now, about 54 countries, we have almost about 34 of them passing this bill. 21 of them have this custodial, punishment or committal punishment for the offense of LGBTQ. Even in Nigeria, they look at about 9 to 15 to 20 years of custodial sentences.
Okay.
Yes,
Jesse, I understand you, but we have to move on to other stories. We don't have a lot of time for the news review, right? Now, there's a story here on page 3 of the Daily Guide newspaper that the police service transformation is worth emulating. Remember, in President Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation's address, he commended the police, the police service and the face uplift that they've been doing. Quote, the changing face of the police is perhaps best exemplified by the dramatic facelift they've given the frontage of the police headquarters on the Ring Road in Accra. It is beautiful, and I recommend to all institutions and indeed households. That is according to the president. Do you think that the uplift, the face uplift, the facility refurbishment or revamp in any way augurs well for the actual duties of the police service, as we have seen as the situation on ground? What do you think about this?
So the police service wields a very key authority in ensuring law and orderliness in the country. So its appearance, its posture is as good as its professionalism. It is always important that we see state institutions having a certain character. And before the advent of this new leadership, especially in the past, before the 2000s, we used to have this whole perception about the police service, the police force being, not being lucrative enough, not being professional enough, and then people who work tirelessly under this service were deemed not to be professional. But over time, we've come to accept how diligent how hardworking the police service is. And if now it is coming with, facelift with their edifice, the headquarters, I think it is in the right direction, because assuming a visitor or a tourist, comes through Ghana, passes through one of our key areas or routes in Ghana, the Ring Road, and then we point out that this is the police service of the Republic of Ghana. It is very edifying. The facelift of the headquarters of the police service. But how does that translate
into the discharge of their duties? I mean, it's a good thing they've done, right? The facelift is beautiful. When you drive past there, you see the police service, and you think Ghana is getting there in terms of infrastructure globally. We are getting there. But how does this in any way, reflect in the discharge of their duties, the Ghana Police Service?
Sweetie, which is commendable, according to the president. It is very clear that there is distinction between your outlook and then your output as your productivity. Yeah. Obviously, you cannot say that because you look good, meaning that you are doing good. No. However, the police even started looking good and doing good for some time now, especially with the police visibility. Good. Yes, they are doing well in terms of productivity, in terms of professionalism, how they work on intelligence, how they clamp down on, crime. I believe now the crime rates, especially in our major cities, have been managed or been reduced, where we have police visibility everywhere. And that is also to say that the government has been able to support the police massively with most of the logistics that they need to really work well. That should be our focus. You see, where we have these bicycles, where police move everywhere, every corner, every time. Their mobility is very key. We have, helicopters being procured for them. We have these body cameras being given to them to ensure professionalism. We have these CCTV cameras across the country where they can pick on information. The police is doing well.
I don't know if you've noticed, Mr. Jesse, that there's some sort of culture of silence in the police service these days. You don't get access to, you don't have information as much as, I was doing a story recently on, immigration, and then I went to the Nima police station just for facts and figures on the number of people that come in every day to request police clearance. That's, certificates that clears you of criminal records for the host country to accept you. And from what I saw, about 300, 400 people come there every day for police clearance. Obviously, not all of them wanted to travel, but I was just looking for some figures to substantiate my claim. And I went, go here, go. Nobody was ready to tell me the information. I was redirected all the way to the CID headquarters. I went in there, and then finally I was asked to write a letter to Dampare himself for just to give me a head count. How many people come in on a daily basis? And the officials will tell you that they cannot speak. What do you think about that? If they're doing so good, if everything is working all right, if the police service has nothing to hide, why are they so hush-hush about simple things? I'm just curious to know what you think about that.
Yes. So I think that is a right observation, and it's quite frustrating when one has to go through a whole lot of procedures before simple information for public interest like this, is being collected. And that is a problem. But it is also important that we understand that the police service is very bureaucratic. Bureaucratic in the nature because of the work that they do. So information will not be readily available, not that they do not exist, but giving it out to the public may have to go through some processes. I normally deal with the police on daily basis, and I face some of these issues, but
what if the officials are just afraid of certain sanctions, from the IGP? What if they're just afraid of him, afraid of what he might do to them?
He is the IGP. He is the final authority at the police service.
And yes, he should be revered, but should he be feared?
No, that is not his interest. That is not what his work demands. He must be respected. He must be, as you said, revered, but not to be feared. And I don't, maybe with the parliamentary, inquiry into the issue of this claim of masterminding each other at the leadership level, gave credence to the fact that there is some kind of, fear among the lower rank police officers with respect to how they deal with management and leadership of the police service. But be that as it may, Sweetie, I believe that once it is a security institution, there are authorities. The police deals with command. So we have the IGP at the national level command, we have the regional command, we have the district and all that. So if a command must come from the top and we have to wait before it comes, that is right. But the issue of he being feared, I beg to differ. However, he has been able, as an IGP, Dr. Dampare, he has been able to create an aura, a personality for himself, which is good, which is very, very good. Of officers working independently and professionally without recourse to him, then it is a problem. I do not have the facts available to me to suggest so. But for him to be respected as the final authority, for key information and activities of the police office or service to be done according to the command of higher authorities, for me, is the best way and the best practice among the security agencies.
All right, let me just quickly do some headlines in here, and then we move on to the new finder. It says Supreme Court throws out we don't have enough time to get into the details of all the stories. National Infection Prevention Control Strategy launched. Unwholesome vegetable oil shops shut down. Stakeholders call for TB support for TB Joshua. And Mahama donates 5,000 to KK Kabobo. Right. So these, and then IMF measures bitter but temporary. That's a story by Ernest Kofi-Edu from the Parliament House. These are all headlines in the Daily Guide newspaper. Let's move on now to the new finder. Again, Akufo-Addo cautions country at the front page of the newspaper. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia charges campaign manifesto committees to execute duties with united front. Dr. Chambers applauds Akufo-Addo's SONA. Oh, even Chambers applauds Akufo-Addo's penultimate State of the Nation's address. But let's do the story on the NIC launches customer complaint systems. It says the insuring public can now lodge complaints online and be sure to receive speedy resolution. The National Insurance Commission has launched an automated complaint and management system to better serve and respond to the queries of customers. Acting Commissioner of the Insurance, Mr. Michael Kofi-Addo, was unhappy with the stress customers are put through when they have one challenge or the other, which gives insurers a bad time. What do you think about this? A system where customers can launch their complaints for the NIC, Dr. Jesse?
Digitally, right?
Digitally, yes.
Yes.
Looks like this. The digital agenda is
it's on course.
Right.
So clearly, this new development of the insurance, sector feeds into the general, output of digitalization in this country. It is not only about, state institutions going about their daily activities, but it is more to do with how responsive they are to the plight of the ordinary Ghanaian. And where digitalization is, leveraged to make state institutions very responsive, then it becomes very refreshing. In fact, that is the new level of where the world is gearing towards.
Right.
Some countries have even advanced more, and it is good that Ghana is advancing. And we are making more, value for service from the use of digitalization. Now, the electricity company of Ghana is very responsive and very productive because of digitalization. We have the police service also very responsive, with even the advent of their TV station and then also online portals to get access to information. Their presence on social media is very fundamental and refreshing. So many of our institutions, the passport office and all that, have become very responsive to the plight of Ghanaians because of digitalization. That is why we should allow digitalization to prevail moving forward as a country in the near future.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but I still want to do some headlines quickly before we wrap this up. Child Rights International case on streetism dismissed by Supreme Court. Dr. Baumia charges campaign manifesto committees. Here we've done that. Ghana must not give up on fight against violent extremism. That's a story on page 4 of the newspaper. And banks urged to prominently display AC direct credit services on digital channels. And including persons with disability in development is essential. Of course, we need to consider everybody in this country when we are taking decisions. Right, so that's how we're wrapping up for the newspaper review. My guest, Mr. Kweku Jesse, who's a member of the NPP communications team. It was my pleasure chatting with you this morning. Thank you so much. Right, we still have lots coming up, but now we are going for AM Sports, where Muftau Nabila Abdullahi will bring us the latest happening in the world of sports. Please stay.
I'm being personality profile this Friday.
I sold Presec uniform and I joined the class. Then it came to time to register for the North Deck.
Okay.
And then Presec said, oh, even the afternoon school said,
they cannot register you.
What? That evening, we went to town. As we were coming up, then we saw that then he had then been made the assistant headmaster.
Okay.
Mr. Labi, strong man. He tried to, you know, get to Amakwata. Then
he also left.
We had to climb that hill. And run. Then I'll stop panting and I'll turn. And the man will also be panting and coming. Then I removed my shoes and I started running. Then he'll be running. This is I'm talking about the life and death matter. That day that I didn't die, oh, me I won't die now. This is flowing through the air. If you listen carefully.
Time now to bring you sports, and the newspaper segment was brought to you by Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic, and they are offering free prostate screening, free female fertility screening, and their locations are Spintex, opposite the Shell signboard, Kumasi, Kronimebu, here behind the Angel Educational Complex in Takrady, Anaji Estate, Tema Community 22, Techiman Hanswa, Esiama Inzima. You can call them on 0244-867-068 or 027-423-4321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic diseases. And the start of sports, where we go to the camp of the Black Queens, where they drew 3-3 against Zambia in the second leg of the Olympic 2024 qualifier in Ndola. The result means that Ghana missed out on a ticket to the Olympics, and that head coach of the team, Nora Hoptel, says that the outcome of the game is difficult for her to take, but she's confident she's building a very strong Black Queens team that will give Zambia and other teams a tough time during the African Women's Cup of Nations in Morocco later this year.
Yes, second leg Olympic qualifier. We knew that we need to score to get back into the game. I think, Zambia had a good moment, a transition moment where they get in advanced, and I think that we started to play football. I think we have been the ones in possession tonight. Of course, always when you lose a ball, you know that you need to be aware of the defense transition moments. I think we had a good control over a lot of moments. Then it was a very open game. We have been 3-2 in advance until the last minute. My team was brave. My team was playing football. My team was fighting. I cannot blame them at all. In the end, sometimes it's hard. We laid everything in, and then we got scored with a better start. But I think we worked us very well back in the game, and it was all open. I mean, this game, to be honest, we have also in the last 50 minutes 2-3 chances, you know, shots will get blocked. But sometimes football, sometimes it rolls in on our side, and then we are through. I cannot blame my team for having done anything wrong. It was all here. Finally, fantastic talents in, and then me as head coach, I'm very proud. I'm in love with my team, you know, because they develop, they grow. We have this mission Volta, and now, of course, this is a very hard one to take for us. But the mission Volta, our river, is not flowing all the time straight. That's not football. Sometimes you learn out of such a game much more than about the victory, you know. And so we meander, and now we need to take this, eat this. We need to, take the right conclusions out, and we will get better out of this loss. They are young players, like you said. We qualified for the WAFCON, and I tell you, on the WAFCON we will be there and make the life of Zambia again very hard on the pitch.
Let's talk about the Black Satellites, and they are preparing for the African Games 2023. Their first match will be happening on March 9. Head coach of the team, Desmond Offers, says that the boys are hungry to make the country proud.
Team is progressing really nicely. We're in a final hurdle towards the tournament. You know, the last 3 weeks we've been in the soccer center in Pram Pram, and we've been working really hard. Now we are here in Cape Coast to train. We're in the final stages of our preparation, and everything is going smoothly. Working in football, there's a lot of challenges, but we must stay focused. Why? Because obviously we know what is at stake. This All-African Games means a lot to us, especially in our current state. We really want to prove something to the nation, and you know, the boys are really hungry and ready to showcase their talent. It wasn't an easy one because obviously we're hoping to get a squad of 25, 22 outfield players plus 3 goalkeepers. But for this competition, CAF chose to go for 20 players. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy because we had a lot of talented players, and unfortunately we have to make tough decisions. And in this final selection, I think we made the right calls with the right players to get the balance of the team right. It's not easy, you know, assembling a squad of 20 players, but I think that we'll be 100% ready.
Forget the past, we'll move on. Cheers to victory.
Second ball, start diagonal. You know, we need your support. It's going to be an amazing event. We are hosting.
Desmond is the head coach of the Black Satellites, and he will be leading the team into this year's African Games that will be happening effective March 8 to March 23. He's also the new head of coaching education at the Ghana Football Association. And still on African Games, Ghana Athletics had an opportunity of testing the Legon Stadium track ahead of the African Games. The event had about 5 separate disciplines happening at the stadium as they test the facility ahead of the African Games. However, the certification is yet to be fully complete because the lab technician from Thailand working on it says that the earlier markings that were done had some issues. So about 54 issues were identified on the track, and they were supposed to be resolved last night. We'll have that for you in our subsequent bulletins later tonight, when you join us on Joy Prime as we bring you our preview to the African Game from 9 p.m. Now, let's move on and talk about the Black Challenge. They won gold for Ghana last year during the Para-African Games, and they were promised $2,000 each. However, 5 months on, the monies have not been paid yet. Now, they are calling out on the Ministry of Youth and Sports to give them the bonuses they were promised.
African Para Games, we were promised that we will receive a winning bonus of $2,000 each. But the players playing abroad, no, their monthly salary, omoje bro. Inti enye sikana, yedebe mom so abe represented on mine by being a patriotic individual of the state, you know. Ena, ewoye mu, odo a yewoma on mine no, any odo a, any pepa yewoma game na yebono. And inti na ema, ye na yebe di enim. We can also say, oh, hey, a papa ali jara take a header. You can say so bet nefi and obeko nejuma. But even though nejuman uja niabe handle national issues, none of us sitting on this table receive a monthly salary. I'm saying this opening today. We don't receive a national salary every month. No. You only receive a token and a bonus after winning a trophy. We have never voiced this out. I'm speaking because I'm speaking from my heart. Into a odo any pepa ye oma or minor. Into na ye freya yeba. And we didn't start to finish, or we didn't start to quit. We started to finish. We want to get to the bottom line of it, because okona de obekon, if you don't get to the finish line, you will never receive a medal from that. Into your best share or minor. Your best for a deal mine name, and your best we need partnership, we need sponsorship. Say 2021, few of us, 9 and a choir represented. I will mention this today. Your by ministers is who you say, Yambo Biamane and Sana Yeko. I personally wrote to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, National Sports Authority. I have the email there.
Now, let's talk politics. And former Ghana captain Asamoah Gyan, he was named team lead for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia's campaign subcommittee for youth and sports. Well, he's been censured by many people within the sporting space, but he says he's unperturbed by what people say because in the last 2 decades or more, people have always criticized him.
they have their own opinion. Because, as I said, I've been there. You know, I've gone to stadiums being booed in front of 80,000 capacity, and I'm used to it. You know, so at the end of the day, the work shows. You know, sometimes you go to the enemy's territory and then you come out with an applaud. You know, so I have confidence in myself, and I know also what I can do to help. You know, I'm here to help because my 20 years of experience, I can't just sit home and then keep it. I have to just share for the new generation, different generations to benefit from it. And that is why we are here. We are organized. We are here to help. We want to help, and that is the main reason why I'm here.
Let's go to England and bring you highlights of FA Cup fourth-round matches that were played last night. Chelsea needed a late winner against Leeds United. It came from Kolo Kanaga. And Liverpool, they arranged some under-21s and they walloped Southampton by 3-0. Whilst Manchester United also won 1-0 against Nottingham Forest.
Playing from the back comes with inherent risk.
Well, they've just got themselves in trouble. There was a little bit of this on Sunday where they didn't feel comfortable with the ball. What a mistake. It's Disasi with it. Doesn't really pass the ball into Caicedo, safe side. There's lots of pressure from Leeds that there has been all game. They've really pressed well from the front. Nipped in.
I expect the game to be played. Need to make sure there are no gaps. And there is a gap. And Nicholas Jackson has found it. And that's just what Pochettino ordered. Get back on the front foot and wipe out that error. Madueke between the lines. Yes, Chelsea pressure starting to pick some holes in Leeds. And Mudryk, just like that. Well, he's been in the game. He's probably had in Southampton in the big trophy. In from Anthony. He's got another one. Wow, what a night. Steaming in, Matteo Joseph. Fernandez. Gallagher. It's Gallagher who's won it for Chelsea. Conor Gallagher, who's suddenly found his scoring touch since the turn of the year.
Clark. Great ball into Kumas. Good try, brilliant goal! What a way to mark his senior debut! Lewis Kumas at the age of 18. VAR looked at that, given away by Smallbone. Elliott. Dance! It's offside, is he? Riotous scenes of celebration. Oh, Rebo's lost it. Didn't reach Gakpo, away by Betheret. Bradley! And Dance has made it 3! And sends Liverpool through to the FA Cup quarter-final. What an incredible cameo from that young man. 2 goals in front of the Kop.
Anthony again. Bouncing feed from Dallow. Promise for Manchester United. And a save from Turner to deny McTominay.
And again, another example of a wide play not making the most of the situation.
Yates. Threading it through. Elanga. Iwanyi with him. It's Taiwo Iwanyi. It's saved by Andre Onana. In by Bruno Fernandes and all the way in. Casemiro claims the touch. He says it's my goal. It's certainly Bruno Fernandes' contribution that is massively telling. And it's almost certainly Manchester United who will claim their place in the quarter-final and break Forest hearts right at the death.
That's your sports for now. We do have more sports stories on myjoyonline.com. We appreciate your time.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park. Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
It's good to stay strong together. It's good to share nutritious meals cooked with Fritol, a vitamin A fortified oil. Fritol, you deserve a life of goodness. This
The race to Jubilee House is on. Ghana is at a crossroads.
It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
In a nation where every vote counts, every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage.
JoyNews, your election headquarters.
A team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
Your election headquarters brings you JoyNews 2024 election.
Live on the Joy FM Super Morning Show, the AM show on the Joy News channel, and all our social media platforms.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Sometimes they'll give you Gary, don't give you this. They'll give you this, they don't give you the Gary. So a school that is not having even 900 students is supposed to have 3 bags a day to feed 900 students.
A
Every night, these children go to bed burdened with thoughts about what they will eat when they wake up to a new day.
It's all about the quantity, and then the jollof too quantity, very small. And then the amount of sauce they serve per table. They are sitting on the table. Very small, very small. Some people don't even get used to something.
It is no fault of theirs that the government that promised their parents free education is unable to provide enough food to feed their youthful appetites.
And sometimes kinky. The kinky they give us stew or shit with blowfish.
Empty plate. The free SHS promise. Coming soon on JoyNews.
It has taken 3 years for this bill to go through Parliament and finally passed. Civil society organizations and some human rights organizations have railed against this bill, warning that this could spell doom for Ghana's democracy. But Parliament has unanimously today approved this bill. There was not a single voice that voted in opposition to this bill on the floor today. It was not without some controversy. The majority leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, pleaded with the Speaker to allow him some more time to move some further amendments to the bill because the sponsors had moved some earlier today.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly pray that you grant me leave, which leave would allow me to formally file some amendments I have to this bill. But the sponsors themselves again and again filed amendments. Please, let's be fair. The sponsors themselves...
Leader, ignore them and make your point.
The sponsors themselves again and again filed amendments. Please hear me. Please accommodate me. I'm not the only one who is coming with an application for second consideration. This is the third time that the sponsors themselves have come to this house for second consideration. The third time. Twice on notice, one without notice. So, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't be out of place to pray, to be accommodated, to enable me file my amendments. Mr. Speaker, I believe that instead of going viva voce, instead of using the extempore approach, if I file and it same appear on the other paper and members are able to read, they will get a sense of my point, and then we'll be able to have a law that all of us would appreciate its import. Mr. Speaker, should we hurriedly suspend the rules and say that we are past it?
Well, the NDC were clearly opposed to that, and the Speaker of Parliament himself will not acquiesce to that demand.
Speaker, our colleague, the Majority Leader, just asked for a prayer. In the book of Ecclesiastes chapter 3, the Bible says that to everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under the heaven. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1. And I believe the time for the third reading of this bill is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Put the question.
So the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, put the question on this controversial anti-gay bill, and it passed.
I'm going to put the question. I'm going to put the question that the motion has been moved and seconded. And I left it for your consideration. You've made your points.
And it's not for me to take the decision, it's for the House to take the decision. And so I put the question. Those in favor that the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021 be taken through the third reading, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021 is read the third time and passed.
An act to provide for human sexual rights and family values and related matters.
Following this, lead sponsor of the bill, Sam Nate George, says he expects that President Akufo-Addo will sign this bill into law immediately.
It is our belief that this will be communicated from the Speaker's Secretariat expeditiously to His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. It is our hope, our prayer, and belief that President Akufo-Addo will be a man of his words and stick to the words he spoke to the Anglican Church in the Eastern region when he said, under his watch, LGBTQ will not be established. When he gave assurances to members of the clergy that he was going to ensure that anything that promoted LGBTQ will be dealt with. There is nothing that deals with LGBTQ better than this bill that has just been passed by Parliament. We expect the President to walk his talk and be a man of his words. We are grateful to the media and we will continue to work with you.
This bill will now head to the desk of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and we expect that it will face some challenges because the President has signaled its intention not to sign private members into law if it imposes a charge on the Consolidated Fund. But no one knows the mind of the President now, and that is up to him now to decide whether or not he will sign this bill into law. This controversial bill imposes custodial sentence of 3 years on persons who engage in LGBTQ activities and 5 years on persons who promote LGBTQ activities. This is what Human Rights Watch and other human rights organizations have said is draconian. And Alexander Afenyo-Markin had been hoping to change the custodial sentences and replace them with community sentences, but he failed in this bid. Reporting for Joy News, Kweku Asante, Parliament House, Accra.
And we're here somewhere in Cosy Hills in Brekusu. Now, the man I'm going to be interacting with today for AM Exclusive is Professor Emeritus of Economics and Leadership at Ashesi University. He also is the chairman of the Ghana Christian International High School. You would remember, maybe when I mentioned these, former rector of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, and also former board chair of the GRA. He's done many things. If I started talking, I wouldn't end, but he's in the person of Professor Stephen Ade. He joins me this morning for AM Exclusive. Prof, good to see you again. This is about the 4th time I'm climbing this hill.
You should be there last time.
I can guarantee it will not be the last, God willing. But it's good to have you join us for a conversation this morning.
It's a pleasure too.
Okay. The first thing I want to start with, just because yesterday it arose, it stirred up a lot of talk, the LGBTQI+ bill has been passed by Parliament. It went through all the reading stages, considerations, and all of that. It's finally been passed. Afenyo-Markin, now the majority leader, had been pushing for non-custodial sentences. Our prisons are bursting at their seams and all of that. But what do you make of the bill? It has been passed. It's 3 years, 5 years, depending on what you've done. What is your reflection on the LGBTQI+ bill?
First of all, I expected it to be passed because...
Sooner than now?
Well, they asked for a time and I wouldn't comment about it. But I think that the MPs knew that if they didn't pass it, they will all lose their seats because of the Ghanaian sentiments about it. As to my personal view as a Christian, the Bible says that homosexuality is an abomination, and therefore as a Christian I don't support it.
Right.
But the basic issue is that if people were practicing their homosexuality in their private area, nobody bothered.
Right.
But when they are now going to schools to recruit children and thinking that, it should be a public type of phenomena, then it becomes offensive. And that is what has led to this law. And I think that the Kufuor has a dilemma. He has to sign it or else he will also be the one. In other words, Parliament has passed it on to him.
Right.
And
now the buck stops with him. At the Sona, he said the buck stopped with him. So now the buck stops.
We are waiting for what he will do.
What are you expecting from the president on that? Because, listen, I believe he was engaging the Anglican Church some time back, and he made mention of the fact that, if the people of Ghana wanted it, if that was the way he would. But there's a catch, because in recent times, private members' bills going before him. He says if what the bill says, let's say custodial sentences, are going to take a toll on the consolidated fund, of course, prisoners, taking care of them, there are 3 bills before him that he's not signed. So now the question is, will he sign this one? Will he make special consideration for this? What do you think? Should he sign it?
I think he will sign it. I think he will sign it because the consequences of his not signing it for himself and for his party will be incalculable, and politicians will always calculate the political consequence. And I think that he will sign it.
Okay. Would you be surprised if Mr. President tarried on signing it?
As for tarrying, he will, but he cannot tarry forever.
He cannot tarry forever. Okay, thank you for those thoughts. Let's get into the SONA, the state of the nation. And recently we heard from Mr. President, some people felt, what exactly did he say? There was nothing in there of consequence. But others also say, this is the true picture of the country. And the president came and told us that there are so many issues we can break down. But generally, what did you make of the SONA?
Interestingly, I didn't listen to it, so therefore I had to go and read it totally because I was having another engagement. So, so this is the first time I've had to read the SONA, not because of your interview, but because I was having a training session and I couldn't, therefore, the timing, I had no control. I think otherwise. I think that this is one of the best SONAs I've ever heard by any president in the Fourth Republic. It has set some substantive issues in them, but also some glaring oversights or omissions. But let me look at the positive first, because
Ghanaians, so you're talking about the areas he didn't even touch on.
At all.
Unemployment, galamsey, corruption, and all that. Right.
But I think that Ghanaians like always to look for the negative and not the positive. He talked about the negotiations with the IPPs.
Right.
And the millions of dollars that have been saved. I wish some journalists will probe, why was Ghana going to be robbed of 400 million? Or whatever it is. Again,
some say up to 500 million.
Yeah, whatever it is. But this is a substantive one. It's not being mentioned. I think, secondly, I think that the railway is a significant development. For me, I must say that I wish
it was... the Mpakadan.
Yes, Mpakadan. I wish it was dual rail. At this day and age, you don't have railways stopping for another one to pass. But notwithstanding, I think it's the beneficiation they have initiated of our minerals is a very significant one, that no longer will bauxite and manganese and a substantive part of our gold will be exported raw. This is something some of us as development economists have advocated for years. No government has done it, and we must give him credit for it. Again, when we talk the first time, he says that, there is room for improvement for SHS.
I was going to get to that for the very first time.
Which is very, very important. And I think that he should not wait till whoever comes to review it. that review must be done now. I think I supported free SHS 100%, but there has been implementation challenges. And in any case, one of the researches which have been done is that even for free SHS, for every 1 cedi the government spends on a student in the secondary schools, the parents spend about 3 cedis.
True.
So these are realities we must look at. The government has done its best. I think we should not reverse it. But how can we improve it? I've always suggested, for example, that we should go for emphasize quality day schools. And how to do it, we can come to it.
So more of that than the boarding system?
Yes.
Okay.
And even the boarding system, we cannot eliminate the boarding system, but it should be, people should pay for the boarding, and the government should give scholarships to the underprivileged distributed around the country, so that it's not only the rich that go to boarding. So there are ways we can treat the free SHS, and now that he has opened the way, I think that he mentioned digitization.
Right before we get to digitization, just briefly on free SHS, you know about another consideration, I want your take on it, feeding.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't study if you're not properly fed. And it's becoming a core issue. In some institutions, they are not getting the right nutrition. If you go for porridge, you don't have bread or sugar. You have to bring your own sugar and bread. If it's kenke, there's no fish and all of that. All of that is in there. The numbers, so in some institutions, you are talking of the A-grade schools, you don't have a bed. Your parents have to get a bunk bed for you and all of that. How do we address those other systemic issues?
Very simple. As I said, if the majority were in day schools and quality day schools, and we have shown last year, to the glory of God, there's a day secondary school in my village which we sponsored, the Ghana Christian International High School, was the best results for WASI in the whole country. 100%, nobody got below any subject below C6. And so there are ways. At this moment, people object to day schools because the average day school is not good.
Right.
But there are ways to do it
technically,
cheaply.
Because there
and
are
if you do that one, you have reduced the burden of feeding, because the students need only 1 meal. We give them 1 good meal. And those who go to the boarding, their parents and government scholarship should then ensure that they are properly fed, because they need those things in order to study. So there are ways to tweak it. But I hope that there will be a conference for us to discuss these things for the good of this country, so that we do not stop free SHS, but make it better for all Ghanaians. He talked about digitization, which is a major thing they have done. I think it's good. Controversies about judgment debt notwithstanding, we have seen a much reduction in judgment debts under them. And I believe that judgment debts was deliberately engineered for some people to get corrupt money.
True.
So, therefore, we must, again, he talked about...
but quickly on the judgment debt, he says we've saved 10 trillion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
And some people found it a bit interesting. 10 trillion, what went into it, no one knows. The president didn't mention. I spoke to Andre Japamesa, who has now been designated trade minister. And it was iffy, really, because we have the trafficking issue where we lost almost $150 million, among others. Judgment debts within this administration, so many of them.
No,
so
I agree with that
it's a bit...
But that the judgment debt has reduced is a fact.
How do you come by that, though, that it has reduced?
The number of judgment debts we were getting over the times past, the rate is much lower. As to the quantum of monies, I have no way, I can't comment at all about it, and how he got his trillion. We must ask him to come and to come and tell us. Also, I think that a lot has been done in the judiciary. For 6 years, I served on the Judicial Council, and I think that it has been super in terms of the courts which have been reopened and then have been opened, and the residencies, the health. I think that the health agenda 111, some of them I think is politically too motivated. For example, you won't believe that there's one in Fomena in Adansi, which is the traditional headquarters of mine, and because there's another constituency and district, there's one only 3 miles away in Asokwa, Adansi Asokwa. You see,
maybe the one in Fomena was cited there because you know the situation, the Fomena MP.
Yeah, no comment. No. It wasn't cited because of Esiama.
I'm just saying that maybe there were strings that were pulled.
No, there's a nursing school there, and that thing, so therefore it will be helpful. Right. But to have another one, which for me is only 500 meters from my house, so I like it. But, to have one there. But they have done extremely well with the health, judiciary, and the security services. I mean, the roads, I think that we will leave the NDC and NPP. We don't want them to come and claim, we did this road. I want NDC and you, the journalists, have a rule. What did you do? And what did this one do? Right. And see who did it. So I'm not going to, since they say that there's a performance radar to be looked at, I will leave it to that. I think that in the industry, the 1D, 1F, if some are doing well, some, but I think in the automotive industry, they have made a tremendous change.
Those that have come into the country, yes. Volkswagen, among others.
And if they would insist that the government itself would not be still importing V8, and we will all ride those ones, Ghana will be going somewhere. So I think that the Boko crisis was of a concern to him, and I think that it should be of a concern to all Ghanaians, because the amount of lives being lost there and the economic impact and the possibility of the terrorists using it as a route to Ghana is so high. So I think that these were things that we should give them credit for. And I think that we should stop this one whereby when one government speaks, it's just rubbish by the other side. But there were some significant things I expected him to mention. But if you want me to go on.
Yeah, so we can get into that before we take apart some sectors, education and others. But interestingly, he doesn't broach certain subjects at all. Galamsey,
yes. In fact,
corruption,
I have 6 of
unemployment,
them. Yes,
major issues. He doesn't broach those subjects.
Which he said he was going to bet his presidency on.
Exactly.
Now you are going to the end of your presidency and you say not a word. At least say that we tried and we failed.
If you look at the metrics, the word counts. He talks about elections. He uses the word 10 times. Tax, he mentions it 6 times. Tax. Jobs, 6 times. Roads, 6 times. Economy, 4 times. Free SHS, 8 times. Education, 18. Security, 17. Performance tracker, 6. IMF, 3. Digitalization, 10 times. Debt, 11 times. But corruption, 0. Galamsey, 0. Unemployment, 0. What's your take on that?
First of all, the 0 counts, but not the number of times mentioned. Because I say that there's one verse in the Bible, for God so loved the world that he gave his one and only son, so that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have life. Yes. That one, you can't say it appeared once. but let us go on to, I think that at least on Galamsey, the least one we have expected is that we tried, but we have not succeeded.
Right.
But to leave it out was not acceptable. Again, whether unintended, the reality is that the debt crisis has brought very untold hardship to Ghanaians. And it's going to
be Ghana's debt stock, which has led us to the IMF.
Leading to the debt, DDEP, the debt, domestic debt restructuring and the external ones has brought serious hardships. And I think that, I don't know why politicians can say that, we didn't intend it. There were external factors and internal factors. But we are sorry for what is happening and we are working at it. But, politicians don't know how to say sorry. I don't see why. Again, there was unemployment.
But the SONA, is that the
that's addressing the nation.
Is that the forum for Mr. President to apologize to the people?
When you are a leader, and you have gotten a platform whereby you are talking about what the people, your stewardship, and you don't talk about what the people are feeling, which is almost hitting everybody in the face. I think that you are missing an opportunity. And Ghanaians will understand this is what we didn't intend it. The results, I see the hardships you are in. We are trying to do the best that we can. And that within the next few years, it will take us time before the dirty water of these reforms, including the financial sector reforms, whereby people's monies are locked up. I think that it should have been touched upon.
So SONA 2024, that was a missed opportunity for Akufo-Addo to apologize to Ghanaians.
Yes, and in a way in which he would have elicited the love of Ghanaians.
Right.
Again, he did not talk anything about the unemployment situation. Let me say that as a development economist, there's very little directly the government can do. I don't think that government can employ more people in the public sector. It's a no-no area. But the Ghana government has never been a major employer of Ghanaians. They employ less than 1 million Ghanaians. But how they are creating the conditions so that the private sector can be vibrant and people can get jobs on their own. They are doing some things, but she should have talked about it.
But at the same time, you look at the tax component. I was sharing with you before we got here. You go and buy books and you're paying taxes of over 22%. You look at the cost of utility tariffs. Fortunately, I think recently we've heard of some adjustments by the PURC, a little adjustment. Look at the cost of bringing goods into the country. The exchange rate, it's shooting up again. Inflation shot up marginally, month on month, it's high. The business community can't breathe.
Exactly. That's what.
And I might add, if you also go for a loan, look at the interest rate.
Oh, just 35 to 40.
35 to 40.
There's no
That's
way.
a killer. And your friends in Malaysia are borrowing at less than 5%.
In fact,
how do you compete?
I need $1 million to do something, but there's no way I'm going, because if I go and get that $1 million within a year, I must pay 400.
Almost 400,000 on it.
And I said, look, I would rather take 3 years to do what I intended to do in a year on the other economy. So what I'm saying is that should have been confronted. Even if you say this is going to be a temporal one, we are going, once we are over the muddy waters we are in now, we hope to bring inflation down to say 15%. The reason why the interest rate is that high is that of because people can just put their money in treasury bills and get 30% without any risk. Oh, now because of government,
there is a risk.
There's a risk.
I spoke recently to Kwame Pianim, and he even suggested that even the T-bills would be touched at some point soon.
Yes, but not yet. No, I don't want to be speculative.
But on unemployment, there is quite. You look at the trajectory from around 2011 coming, and the unemployment rates have been high from 2010, maybe 5 point something, or 2012 thereabouts. Now it's hovering at, depending on what metric you're using, 14 point something or up to about 17%.
Between 11 and 17.
Exactly. If you're looking at the broader components, you have 1 in about 3 in the labor market who don't have jobs. When it comes to those in the tertiary sector, it's crazy. But at the same time, while the Ghana Statistical Service is saying 1.8 million people don't have jobs, you have this administration saying between 2017 and 2022, they created 2.1 million jobs. Variously, you would hear 3 million and all of that. The question is, where are the jobs? What do you see in that?
No, but there are two things. First of all, you have to net your creation of the jobs with the additions into the job market. You know, every year, you are having 500,000 to 750 joining the market. So first of all, what you are creating, if it does not exceed those who are getting off the job because of the economic crisis and other things, then unemployment will increase.
But so it's also about sustainable jobs.
Yes.
If it's a job that they are getting into for a year or two and going back.
Yes, but that's another thing. Yes, let's keep to the unemployment first. So you can be creating jobs and still unemployment will be increasing. If the rate of the new jobs does not match those who are entering and those who are losing their jobs. And this is what is happening. No matter what they have created, the new entrants and the jobs that have been lost exceed the one that has been created. The result is that unemployment will be higher. So therefore, both of them, the politicians have a way of almost one track. I talk about mine and you talk about yours. So one criticizes. So unemployment, again, he didn't talk about corruption. And every Ghanaian is worried about corruption, except those who are the recipient of the corrupt money. And instead of our addressing it, the other day I was listening to Sami Jemfi, and I said, you these politicians, stop throwing dust into our eyes. He says that, you know, Corruption Transparency International 2017 was the worst. We fell to 40. But what he didn't know is that 2017 report is a reflection of 2016. So actually, the rate of corruption was highest in 2016 than any time in the period of Ghana's history. That doesn't mean that there's not more money being chopped now, because the rate of corruption perception improved marginally to 43. But if you spend so much money as has been spent in the last few years, borrowing about 11 to 13 billion cedis, tax revenue and other things, then the quantum of money that will have been lost to corruption will be colossal. So this is the reality, that the amount of leakage is so high. No president should talk to the nation without at least saying what they are doing and what they intend to do.
But is it not also because, like some would say, the likes of Professor Kwasare, the likes of the former Auditor General Daniel Domelevo, even the former special prosecutor, and you know how he referred to the president, I don't want to get into that. Is it not because Akufo-Addo said he would tackle corruption, but corruption has tackled Mr. President and his administration?
What do you mean by tackling?
I mean, if you want to go to the Corruption Perception Index, if you want to go to what the Ghana Statistical Service did its own, and this wasn't perception, it was speaking to people about what they had actually done.
That's what I'm saying, that I don't think that the rate of corruption has increased, but the quantum has increased because a lot of public expenditure has gone on the Akufo-Addo. That is my own analysis of the situation. And therefore, he is obliged to talk to the nation about it. He cannot gloss over it. So maybe the last one.
I'll just add this last one. On a scale of 1 to 10, how for you, Akufo-Addo is in his final year, so I think it's fitting at this point. How has Akufo-Addo fared in fighting, tackling corruption? And it's not just about setting institutions, because they'll tell you, oh, special prosecutor, and oh, this is there. But what is the impact? If you go to school and what you learn doesn't impact you, I don't know. 1 to 10, how would you rate him? Corruption.
I will rate him in relation to other efforts by previous presidents and other things. In that case, I think that probably 5.
5 out of 10. At barest minimum, just passing.
5. Because I think that he really went up front to deal with this institution and other things, but did not follow up. For example, I personally think that no matter what institutions you set up, if the president is a head of state, does not say that if you smell corruption, you are going to be out of my sight. If you don't do that one, you would never tackle corruption. There must be, you know, I always refer to something that occurred in Gimpa, in my small Gimpa. You know, the people went and insulted me on Peace FM. And do you know what they say? He said somebody stole 5 kenke without fish, and he sacked him. The question is that if you are going to be zero tolerant for corruption, you should be merciless. This idea of prove it to me and that things, no. People who are close to you must know that you are clean, and that if you smell corruption, you are out of my sight. In fact,
and you feel like Kufuor hasn't done that?
No, in fact, no, I haven't seen any government doing that. And he has not done it. In fact, he says, show me the evidence. If you show me the evidence, I'll deal with it.
Right.
But we are talking about, in corruption, dealing with it, you must take perception seriously. And people must know that when they are perceived to be corrupt, you cannot put them in prison.
Right.
But you will not have anything to do with them in your administration, and then they will fear.
Right.
And that is not being so corruption. Lastly, I was wondering, here is a president who came on 2 mantras. The battle is the Lord's, and Ghana beyond aid. You are in your final year. There was no mention about Ghana beyond aid. Can say that we have delayed it. And the battle is the Lord about the cathedral and everything else. When you say the battle is the Lord, he's quoting from the Old Testament. Yeah. And the word Lord there is not just Lord, it is Yahweh, the Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And I think that one of the areas many Christians have been disappointed is not just only the Harubalu surrounding the cathedral, which he said he would deliver it before he would end his term.
I think he said by March 6th this year. Yes. It was supposed to have been.
This, you cannot raise,
or 2 years ago,
70% of Christians in Ghana cannot tell them this and then almost gross over it as nothing has happened. The challenges and other things, he should have addressed it. And now, it's no longer the battle for the Lords. He is 70% Christians. Do you know what he's doing now? Whenever there is any Christian forum, he sends his Muslim deputy to go and address them. And I think that...
You're referring to Dr. Baumi?
Yes. And I think that this is an affront. We have freedom of religion, but Christianity should be Christianity and a Muslim.
But we have a lot of religious tolerance in Ghana.
Tolerance.
Dr. Baumia himself says he's had a bit of a Christian background and all of that. So is there anything wrong with him with his doing that?
I believe in religious freedom. Because if I don't allow another person to worship the way he worships, then I have forfeited the right for me to worship. But I don't want anybody to confuse Christianity with Israel. Jesus says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. And no one comes to the Father except by me. A Muslim has his 5 principles, which
5 pillars,
which makes you a good Muslim. The 2 are totally different. In the same way as a Buddhist is different from a Christian.
It doesn't even matter that Islam, Christianity, Judaism all have Abrahamic roots.
We call them the 3 monotheistic religions. No. Because if it were, you go to a Muslim country and say that a Christian can walk into the mosque and say that, where I come, we have religious freedom. No, I think that we must respect our religious freedom and other things, but don't try to change the battle is the Lord's to now we are all the same, whether you are a traditional religion or a Muslim. No. And I believe that the MPP should go on its record whether Ghanaians will vote for them or not, and not try to throw dust into the eyes of the Christians. I will resist it.
So you feel the president is trying to throw dust into the eyes of Christians?
Because it's obvious. Wherever he is invited these days, whether it's the Church of Pentecost or other things, of course you have invited the president. You think the president is coming. Before you have, they say that I'm a boys brigade, I attended boys brigade and other things. He's Alaji. He's not a Reverend Baumia. And I think that they shouldn't try because it will backfire.
Just briefly, yes. So are you personally disappointed in the whole Cathedral saga? Just briefly on that. So
yes, because honestly, I embrace it. And I expected that something glorious was going to come out of it. Unfortunately, we've been disappointed. I don't know how we are going to redeem it, but I think that a national cathedral is something that I'll put my penny on it. I contributed money to it and I will continue if they come out clean.
You contributed towards the National Cathedral project.
And if they come out clean as to what is being done and transparent and there's no hanky-panky, I will continue.
Okay. Let's look at some other things emerging from the SONA before we get into the Dr. Baumia and other specifications. So you look at agriculture and what he says, basically the spine of our economy. You look at 1D, 1F, and among other things that have been mentioned. When you look at the special initiatives of this administration, how have they fared? There's planting for food and jobs. There's 1D, 1F. Have they lived up to expectation from what you heard from Mr. President?
Let me take the agriculture. And here, development economists or economists generally will have different views. But I think that they must concentrate on very few things and do them well, and it will have greater impact. In Ghana, once we have rice, once we have chicken, one is the protein, one is chicken, and that of course goes with maize and sorghum, with irrigated supporting it. You have broken the back of our food needs. The rest, they are trying. That's one of the weaknesses, I must say, of the NPP administration. They wanted to do too many things, and therefore you don't. At this time, if we had sufficient maize and rice and chicken, Ghanaians, our students will be overfed. And so I think that, and the more you spread, and given the rate of corruption inherent in our systems, whether it is NDC or NPP, the more you spread, the more chop. In the case of the one district, one factory, personally, I think that their greatest legacy is not these small ones here and there. The greatest legacy will be the automotive industry, and if they are able to succeed, the beneficiation of the minerals. These ones, most of them are too small and unimpactful. And I think that some of them are struggling because of the big macro environment. So once again, they focused on the automotive and they are making a breakthrough. I think that they should also go for the beneficiation and a few others, and the integrated bauxite. If you do them, there are things you do, small things, but there must be some structural transformational actions. And those ones, they must concentrate on that, at least towards the end.
Right. Speaking of which, just very briefly, I'll bring in some other, but you know, when you talk about the automotive industry and all of that, some people also feel, why are we not doing same for Kantanka, for example? That is homegrown. Here you bring these things, you assemble them here. Maybe the cost goes up by a few thousands or something marginal. It's not much. How about you help homegrown content? Other countries are doing it. I believe, is it Zambia or Zimbabwe has something going, either Angola or Uganda, and other countries are doing it. Building right there. Why can't we do it?
But I am not an expert in this area, so I must be careful. But I think that from the look of things, there's nothing in Kantanka's one which is manufactured in Ghana.
I know they also bring it through, but how can we help them?
Yes. So what I'm saying is this. Kantanka, actually the Minister for Finance was using a Kantanka car.
Yeah, I saw that point.
Yes. And I think that, yes, Kantanka must be helped.
But is that enough?
Kantanka must be helped, but as I said, technically I have to look at it and see. I don't have the expertise to be able to evaluate whether, sometimes you don't back any horse. But I'm not. But Kantanka at this moment is almost 90-95% all components assembled. So he's not
brought from other parts assembled in Ghana.
And the quality of Ghanaians, at the end of the day too, you cannot impose poor quality on Ghanaians.
Right.
And I think that Kantanka should be helped to improve his quality so that it can meet the
international standards.
The demands of Ghanaians. Because if you do it and the Ghanaians don't want to buy it,
true, So someone will also tell you when the Toyotas and others, started. At a point, they were called flying coffins. Yes, but look at them now. It's a step in time. But two things, because you brought up trade, the import bill, I'm sure you heard, Katie Hammond, and eventually they had to quietly put it down because some were saying it was given too many wide powers to Katie Hammond. He could go past the committee to issue a license or revoke a license and all of that. But are we ready? Import substitution, we've been trying since the 80s thereabout. Are we ready to meet production? What do you make of that?
Let me tell you, for me, import licensing, it has nothing to do with Katie, whom I will not entrust with this responsibility either. But
Why?
That is not...
Why will you not entrust him?
I will not entrust, I'll end there.
Do you doubt his capabilities? Or is there something to it?
I will end there. Let me address that. It was import licensing that brought Kalabule. Extreme corruption in Ghana in the 70s under a champion with all his good intentions.
Right.
And he really was trying to, promote Ghana. Because given what we are talking about, corruption and other things, you are giving a minister the right to decide who imports what. That shit immediately becomes a very valuable commodity. Immediately it becomes tradable. When I give it to you and I don't give to this person, I've given the person actually cash. And they will start trading it.
Right.
And I don't think that I can trust any minister to have that discretion and not be extremely corrupt and frustrate and eventually to become a party, whether it's NDC or MPP, it is the party cronies who will get it and then the Ghanaians will suffer. The answer is a Russian, yet never. Some of us will oppose any import licensing. If you want, let us stop certain imports completely.
Right.
I wouldn't give any of the politicians in my spectrum this right to determine who imports rice and who imports Gary.
It would be dangerous then.
Too dangerous.
Let's talk about sticking to the economy and industrialization. What then do you make of former President Mahama's 24-hour economy? I'm sure you've heard a lot about it. What do you make of it?
Listen, the politicians will always like to throw a red herring. What he's saying basically that factories and other things can work 3 shifts.
Not just factories.
Yes.
Industry, different sectors of the economy.
The question is this. Has he already checked the capacity utilization even on 1 shift? Where is he going to get the power?
But for a long time we were talking about excess power. Now there's no excess power. Can we meet the demands? We are still supplying other countries, including, I believe, Burkina Faso, with electricity.
I don't think, for me, this 24-hour economy, it's something that Ghanaians should make it even an issue in the elections.
I see. Why?
It is so, let me tell you, very little is going to happen about it. Listen, a private sector person would produce 24 hours if he has the market, he has the electricity, he has...
But that's exactly what they say. They say they will incentivize electricity. If you're going to produce 24 hours, they say that they are targeting those specific groups. Yes. There's Tokyo, there's Sydney, there's New York, there's Singapore. Yes. All of them are doing it.
No, please. What I'm saying is this. You create enabling environment to the industrialist. Let cost of capital, interest rate, come down. Let electricity come down, which we are all praying for. Let transportation and other things. And the industrialist will take advantage of it.
So naturally they will follow.
Naturally they will follow. Right. So it is not Mahama who will create a 24-hour economy. It is not in his power to create a 24 unless it's going to be a communist controlled economy. So what I'm saying that there's a tendency of making non-issues issues if you create an enabling environment. For example, before I came to Gimpa, scarcely was evening classes an issue in Ghana.
Okay.
I came and I said I will create an all evening degree program, which I started with 428. We were able to show that you can do a degree only by the evening. Today, it is the norm. So you create the enabling and then people will respond. I don't want the 24-hour cliche, the type of things that will allow the Ghanaian industrialists to make money in the 8 hours, and he would like to make more money in 16 hours. But if those ones are not addressed, when the cost of electricity is so high, when, you know, even water is, they wanted to increase it, eventually they managed to moderate it. When we have all these issues, I don't think that we should waste our time. For me, I won't waste my time talking about 24-hour.
So let me reframe this, and in some 30 seconds, give me an answer. You've been with the NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission. You've headed that institution.
I've been a chairman.
Yeah. Yes. Would it serve Ghana's purpose? Not the whole country, but if some sectors, for example, Accra, many places, if we had those incentives running a 24-hour shift system, which would add to the economy, would it help Ghana?
Of course. I mean, if you are producing 3 times what you are producing for export, African continental market, fair enough. But what I'm saying is this. At this moment, we don't have even the wherewithal to do an 8-hour economy full time.
Okay.
So when you come and say in 4 years, you are going to do a 24-hour economy, I'm not opposed to it. But that one, I think, is the least that we should be talking about now.
Okay, let's come to the MPP. Dr. Baumia says he's a driver's mate.
Oh my, please. Don't let us get into this semantics.
And in the SONA,
yes,
President Akufo-Addo said it is only an unwise president who will not listen to his officials. Some people are wondering what message the president was sending, even though right after that, he went on to talk about Dr. Digital and all of that. But the president had said something that rang in the heads of Ghanaians, driver's mate. Do you trust that a driver's mate can steer our economy where the country has to get to?
I wouldn't go into the semantics. Baumia had a critical role to play in the economy of Ghana more than any vice president ever in the history of Ghana. He shouldn't try to disassociate himself from it. You know, our constitution basically gives the vice president no job. He says that he only acts in the absence of the president. But in his case, President Akufo-Addo gave him great responsibilities. Some of them he has discharged relatively well, like digitization. So I think it is actually insulting the intelligence of Ghanaians to say now, I wasn't part of it. Wasn't he the one who was claiming their wonderful things they achieved before COVID and Ukraine? At that time, was he a mate or was he a second driver? I think that politicians sometimes will, and I will not hold him responsible for just a word like this and that, but he played a critical role in the economy of Ghana. And he cannot now say, you know, it is Kanoforiata was the one who was in charge of everything else. He was the chairman of the economic management. And if it was not functional...
But you know, that role is not constitutional. It's conventional.
No, because that's what I'm saying. The constitution doesn't give any responsibility to the president, other than a vice president, other than acting. But in his case, President Akufo-Addo gave content.
To whom much is given,
much is required. So he shouldn't talk like that now. And I think that he should rather, if I were him, take credit for the achievements of the administration and try to explain some of the weaknesses or liabilities.
Right.
And that is what he should be doing. If it goes about with saying that, oh, I wasn't part of the thing, they didn't allow me, he's on his way out.
Dr. Bawumia says he insists the MPP has an unbeatable track record to warrant a continuous stay in office to break the 8. He also says that his opponents, that the NDC's flag bearer, they have a blurry vision. They can't see, they don't even know.
Okay, I won't go to the second one. I will deal with the first one because those ones are political jargonry. This is where he's contradicting himself. You are saying one at the same time, we have an unbeaten record for which you are taking credit for you should be given a second. But you were just a driver's mate, you were not an active player. So he has already contradicted himself. I believe that he should go the route of the achievement of the administration, because if he undermines the achievement of his administration, he will not become a president. And I think that as the president has, through the SONA, has given him something to go on a campaign with. And hopefully, he will now should be sitting down and dealing with the things, about 5 or 6 things we have mentioned that the president didn't talk about, and go out with a solid message.
Okay.
And I believe that he's a clever young man. I mean, he's not young to you, but to some of us. And he should not get himself involved in this idea of somebody has no vision and other things, and go with what he's going to do, why he thinks he will be a good president. And let Ghanaians, that's my advice to him.
To the issue of the flag bearers, former President Mahama, current Vice President Dr. Bawumia, they are both looking forward to getting running mates. Oseiche Mensah says the MPP is not in a race with the NDC to get a running mate. But time is ticking. The NDC has someone who has been there, done that, campaigned on that front. Some say he will go the way of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Some have done the permutations. What do you think for the MPP?
You know, there are certain things, you know, economists should not try to be prophets. I think that...
We've seen Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, the energy minister, propping himself. We've seen the education minister, Dr. Educhum, propping himself. We've seen others say that why not also have a woman, but it doesn't appear that's on the cards. What do you think?
Actually, I think that there was a woman who came, was flashed, but it was dropped.
Which one?
The chief of staff.
The chief of staff.
Yeah.
Fremont Parry.
Yes. I think that he will not go for, if he goes for Fremont Parry, he will be undone, because it will be too much considered as a Kufuor's continuation. What I'm saying is that...
But the NDC already says if he gets power, it's the third term of a Kufuor, so...
Well, that one, what I'm saying, that's not a politician they would, but I will not advise him to go for... it would have been a good match. He's intelligent, capable, other things, but he will go with a strong liability if he does. As to those candidates, I think that, you know, there is something which is becoming unbecoming. You know, NPP, if it's a Northerner, then Ashanti. If it's Ashanti, it's from Northerner. What about the other Ghanaians? But that, I think that we must be very careful about these segmentations and other things. But they have a lot of candidates who can fit the bill.
Like?
I mean, you've already mentioned Prempeh, you've mentioned Educhum. I think that some,
even Oseiche Mensah himself, his name has come up.
The Deputy Minister for Finance, the other Deputy Minister for...
Is it Dr. John Kumar?
Yes, John Kumar. I mean, what I'm saying is that there are so many people, even if you limit to Ashanti, who can become the vice president. But for me, I think that his vice president doesn't have to come from Ashanti necessarily.
Right.
Because I'm wondering whether the vice president coming from Ashanti will make a difference in Ashanti vote.
You don't think so?
No.
What then, since you brought this up?
Ashanti, you know, at this moment is 1/3 NDC, the last elections, 2/3 NPP. I think that what may happen, whatever they do, is try to deal with apathy. There may be many who will not vote, and then it will go against MPP because the NDCs will vote. So they should try to overcome apathy, and that is not going to be by virtue of the fact that he's a vice president.
Speaking of the Ashanti region, Alan Chamating and his movement for change comes to mind. Do you think it's going to have an impact on the MPP's votes, especially in the Ashanti region, that region?
You know, our constitution says 50+1. And being 50+1, I don't think that Alan will make a big wave, but every little splash will be...
Smaller parties have not been able to even get about 3%, 5%.
Yes.
So if a party gets that, it could affect.
Yes. What I'm saying is, so therefore, the NPP must watch it, because Alan can cause their failure, because every Alan person will be a detraction from MPP. And this election is going to be very close.
I see.
It's going to be very close. Do you know that that's why Akufo-Addo was, for one to whom much has been given, much will be required. For the first time in the Fourth Republic, after the initial one, whereby, of course, Rawlings bulldozed his way, it was almost like a continuation of PNDC. But since real contest, nobody won by more than 100 to 200,000. Akufo-Addo, 1 million. Even after the COVID and all
like
those
800,000, yes.
Yeah, 800, and then he came almost 500,000.
Yeah.
But we will this election will revert back to the close contest. And
as close as maybe 2008, when Tain was the less than about 30,000, less than 30,000 votes.
Whatever it is, the elections are going to be very close. And I wouldn't be, but it could be just in the low hundreds. And therefore, if it's going to be in the low hundreds, if you miss 200,000 votes or 100,000 votes, you are down. So if I were the NPP people, you wouldn't say that, you know, the butterfly is a weak butterfly. You may find that it will have sucked your nectar.
Yeah, for Franto can deal with the elephant.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it may go into your ear.
And tickle you there. Two quick issues and then it's a wrap, maybe in about 2 minutes. One has to do with power outages nowadays, and people say there's doom. So just the other day, even on the day of the Sona, people were saying, I don't know, coming to me show because where I am, light is on and my battery is about to go off. There have been
but the president said that there's been no doom. So
what do you think?
Well, let us be honest. The situation has improved, I mean, compared with what we used to have. There's no doubt at all.
But the NDC will say it dealt with it before it left.
Yeah,
anyway.
That's what I was coming to. You, the journalist, that's the trouble. You never make someone complete his sentence.
I didn't want you to run away from that. I wanted you to go back to it.
Partly because of the IPPD, the independent, which were generally a very badly brokered arrangement. Even if you are in difficulty, you should not sell your country for a song. But the production capacity was increased greatly under Mahama. And it has contributed to our indebtedness, which we are talking about. But generally, that the demand now is, we are starting to face it. I think it's quite obvious. And I anticipated it 2 years ago. I decided that no, I can't trust these people. I am virtually off the grid. I am on solar. So yes, but the situation is getting worse, and some people say that they are having a lot of frequent power outages. It must be addressed. And I believe that they should, for some, that there should be no tax on solar, so that people can have their own electricity, and then the little we have, industry can use it.
Recently, we spotted a letter which had taken quite a while from the Office of the President, dated the 15th of February 2024. And it tells this person, I am pleased to inform you that the President of the Republic has appointed you as the Senior Presidential Advisor and Special Envoy for International Finance and Private Sector Investments.
Who is that?
Riddle, who is that?
Yeah, tell me.
You know better than I do. Keno Foriata.
Okay. Let me tell you my views. I've shared my views about. First of all, I think that it seems that this letter was written at the same time as the reshuffle. So these politicians, they just threw it into the media and other things, and then I think that this type of things sometimes annoys me, but because they abuse the intelligence of Ghanaians. That is for the Jubilee House. But the substantive one, I personally think that Keno Foriata's continual involvement in finishing the debt restructuring is important for Ghana, is good for Ghana. I would not have made him a special advisor, blah, 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 which is almost like, yes, live here and I will make you bigger. So I think that if of course, I'm not an advisor to the government, I wouldn't have gone this route, because a good thing is being made to offend Ghanaian sensibilities. And I think that they shouldn't have done this.
You feel this offends the sensibility?
Yes, because you are saying that, you have reshuffled, but basically I'm reshuffling you up. And that itself. But I am personally convinced that Keno Foriata's involvement, his standing in the international financial market is phenomenal. So far as I can think, there's no Ghanaian who has that credibility with the IMF, World Bank, and the international financial market in Ghana today.
Is it because of the bonds he secured?
No, I mean,
once you have an appetite for borrowing, they'll lead you there.
Yeah, but once you get us also into the not able to pay the bond, but no, that data bank has been involved since Roaring's day in helping Ghana on every placement on the international market. The experience he has is incredible, and I think Ghana should make use of it. But I would not have said that given this glorious title, you can still could have done it without necessarily doing these big titles. But his involvement in seeing us through the next few months, I think it was a wise decision to make sure that he gets involved, but not with this necessary title.
These new portfolios.
Yes.
So you say he's been reshuffled up, basically you mean he's been promoted?
If senior is senior.
Which makes me wonder whether Dr. Amin Adam will have a free hand to do what he must.
Yes, because Dr. Adams...
Do you think so?
Yeah, no, I think he'll have a free hand. Dr. Adams is the Minister for Finance. He is specifically identified as international investments. Basically, another way, finish this debt restructuring. Basically, that's all that is. I mean, he should have come clean and say that, look, he's in the midst of this, it will not be good for us to take him out completely.
Right.
But I think that anyway, with the government reshuffle Adams, if he doesn't take, he can take the bull by the horn and call anybody a bluff. If I were him, if within the next 10 months you are going to reshuffle me, you are reshuffling yourself.
Right. Any final words? This is how we're ending it.
Well, first of all, I think that January it was a good sonar.
Right.
A lot of issues came out, which I expect the journalists to follow up. But what he didn't mention, he should take the earliest opportunity to comment on them, because they are quite significant and Ghanaians expected to know his views about them. But my main concern, I'm not talking about MPP and DC.
Right.
The president has 10 months left to really finish well. And he better do that, because if he doesn't, his family has been a family with such a great, names in Ghana's development. She should not end up as a villain. And he can do so if he is prepared to take the hard decisions. And he must, because after all, he will not become a president again. Thank you.
He must prepare for the hard decisions, and we've had the hard talk. Thank you, Prof, for hosting us one more time, and we wish you the very best. Interaction on AM exclusive. I knew Prof was about to get mischief, so I'll stop him here and get off the cameras. But from right here in the heights of interactive.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Who will be careful Endpoint one?
Chesena me ankasa me period na say problems wom ntina ma wo ho idea ma me papa chesena nya asem ketewa na me coin point no mo hwe me modem no mo hwe bibia na so mo meduro me fire no ene ma won kra mienu foforo kwa na mkwan mu a eba
and everything yourself
me ma me no adwodwo eda ho a wontumi nante ene ne ko endpoint o mama nuru a ene ne ho idea watimi asori anante.
That's endpoint for you of Acrobato. Hello hey ohwehwe what che okay a free bra wo di endpoint wa dance am me call you no me Jones sema na enkoyie empeso na maye mre nyina na magina sebema na me be fie for there e ho na nyina jaresa. You heard everything. I have secret. Endpoint is my secret. Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. I'm free.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
It's good to stay strong together. It's good to share nutritious meals cooked with Fritol, a vitamin A fortified oil. Fritol, you deserve a life of goodness. This advert.
Right, welcome back from that break. Earlier you watched Benjamin Akakpo chatting with Professor Stephen Adey on everything happening on the country, particularly on the SONA and education, and very insightful perspectives that was shared there. It's time now for us to talk about the anti-LGBTQ plus bill, which was passed in Parliament yesterday. We know that the bill introduced in the House about 3 years ago was approved unanimously on Wednesday, February 28th, following the completion of the third reading. The bill will be forwarded to President Akufo-Addo for his assent, and that's where we are now, whether or not the president will assent his signature to that bill. I'm joined for a conversation on this by Kweku Asante, our parliamentary affairs correspondent, and Roberta Akoto Amoafo, who is a human rights activist. Good morning, and thank you both for joining our conversation this morning on the AM show.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tuti Abochi.
Rob Akoto Amoafo, rather, instead of Roberta. Sorry, my apologies for that. Right, so let me start with Kweku Asante. So we know that in June 2021, this bill was introduced in Parliament. We've had various engagements, civil society organizations, rights groups. It's been, read twice, 3 times in Parliament, and finally it's been passed. From the atmosphere, the mood in Parliament, do you get a sense that the president will pass this bill? Also, because we know that there are 3 current bills before the president yet to be assented to, do you get a sense that this bill will become law eventually?
Well, Sweetie, where you start off context, because 3 private members' bills sponsored by MP from Adina, Francis Xavier Susu, are currently on the desk of the president. He has not signed it yet. Had explained in a memorandum to Parliament that it was because as private members' bills, they imposed a charge on the consolidated fund. And what bills am I talking about? I'm talking about Francis Susu's bill to remove the death penalty from Ghana's books and commute the death penalty to life imprisonment. The president said, as a private member's bill, that imposed a charge on the consolidated fund because if you are commuting the death sentence, the person would have died immediately, and you're expanding it to a life imprisonment. The state will have to take care of that person. And in the view of the president and some others, that must come from the executive government. The bill must be called to be laid in Parliament, either by the president or on his behalf. So that has been the state of play on those bills. If you look at the anti-gay bill as well, it also imposes a charge on the consolidated fund because it imposes a prison sentence, custodial sentence on persons who engage in LGBTQ. If you look at the bill that was passed, you can go to jail for 5 years if you engage in LGBTQ activities, and you can go to jail for 3 years in LGBTQ activity itself. So 5 years for and 3 years for engaging in those activities by itself. So that clearly imposes a charge on the consolidated fund. However, there's a catch. The Constitution explains that when it comes to the matters to do with imposing a charge on the consolidated fund, that decision, I should say, has to be done by the Speaker of Parliament. So the wording of the Constitution is that a private bill cannot be introduced in Parliament if, in the opinion of the person presiding, that is the Speaker of Parliament, that bill imposes a charge on the consolidated fund. It must be emphasized that at the start of this bill, the Speaker of Parliament exercises discretion to say that that bill does not impose a charge on the consolidated fund. So here, my own.
Yeah, you're on. Go on. Yeah.
So the president, in his opinion, said that those bills did not impose a charge on the consolidated fund, and so it was shepherded through Parliament. But that was the same thing that was done on the 3 private members' bill that was sponsored by Susu, and the president refused to sign them. The sponsors of the bill, Sam George and co., have an urgent appeal to the president that he must do right by his oath of office and sign those bills into law, and that they expect that the president will do so immediately. If you look at Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution, it clearly says that the president has 7 days when this bill lands on his desk, and we expect that this may take like a week so that Parliament can be able to cross all the T's and dot the I's and send the bill to the president. Once the bill reaches the president, he has a week to sign it. If he doesn't sign it into law within 7 days, he has 14 days to write to the Speaker of Parliament and to Parliament, I should say, explaining why he has not signed that into law. And if he does not do that, the Parliament of Ghana has a right to use 2/3 majority to actually veto the president. So Parliament, if the president refuses to assent this bill into law, if they get 2/3 of the House, they will be able to veto the president, and the president will now be mandated, required, shall then sign the bill into law. So the ball is now in the court of the president. As soon as it lands on his desk, the clock will start ticking. We would have 7 days and then 14 days. If he refuses to sign them, he has to be back in Parliament with an explanation, and then Parliament can then decide the next course of action. If you look at the mood of the House, this bill passed unanimously. In fact, when the majority leader, Alexander Afenyomakin, moved certain amendments, those amendments were defeated, and even some members of the majority, the MPP side, voted against the amendments that was proposed by their leader. Then he was at the time the deputy majority leader. So if anything about the mood of the House is to be gauged, it will mean that Parliament will be able to easily get to 2/3 majority and then get this through. But Human Rights Watch, the US government, this morning, all of them speaking and saying that this bill is not bad, it's not good, and that they expect that the president should not sign it.
Right, let me come to Robert now. We know that domestically we've received some reactions from rights groups and even human rights activists on what this bill means to the future of individuals who fall in the category of the LGBTQ+ community. How do you respond to this, or what's your reaction to this bill that have been passed by Parliament so far?
Thank you, and good morning to your viewers. First of all, just to warn you, you've already committed me to have been holding out us because you called me Roberta. And this is some of the things that can happen. Now, I see that you are smiling. I suspect that you are holding out us, lesbian. Are you a lesbian?
I see what you're doing. Yeah.
You see, you are wearing a ring on your, as far as I know, wearing a ring on your little finger, no, on your other finger, makes people seem to know that you were lesbian. So you are holding out us. So we are going to arrest you. This is what this law is doing.
Could you explain further? Because I know there are 4 provisions of this law. The one that caters for the act itself, if you're doing it publicly, it criminalizes it. And then the promotion of it, and then the funding of activities related to it, and then a law that actually protects those in that category, because if you participate in extrajudicial treatment, that is, if you're meting out punishments to people you suspect to be anti-LGBTQ+ community members, the law will deal with you. So exactly what are you saying that this law is speaking to the security of the people in this community?
It's preposterous, it's unnecessary. It's something that is going to cause unnecessary mayhem and confusion amongst everybody. And remember, and you always talk about the LGBT community, this bill, if assented by the president, commits all of us, because I just want to read a little bit of it to you. And it doesn't specifically say LGBT people in this section where I'm going to read. So it says, a person who commits an offense under this paragraph says, and then also says, for the purpose of this section, sexual intercourse occurs when a person penetrates the anus or mouth of another person with the penis of that person or other device, or by use of any object or device, penetrates or stimulates. So I'm just giving you an example, first of all, to clarify the point that this is not just for LGBT people. Let's get it is not going, it's something that is going to be going to cause a lot of confusion, because, for instance, like you said, a group that is promoting, what is promoting? Is it when I say LGBT people are human beings that is promoting? Is it by me meeting with a group of people to talk about how we are so good at what we do and we don't hate LGBT people that is called promoting? This law is unnecessary. That is all that I'm saying. That most importantly, and I'm sure many people have argued the legal part of it about how it's unconstitutional because, like you mentioned, telling people they can't meet because of who they are or what they believe is against their constitutional rights. You know, already the Constitution says that people have freedom of thought, freedom of conscience, people have the freedom of belief, people have the right to assemble, people have the right to come together and join groups according to what they believe. And now you are bringing this law just to prove how do LGBT people commit a crime by being who they are.
Let me take you. Let me take you back a bit before we continue from where you are, because you're talking about promotion. We know that these people, individuals, LGBTQ plus members, have been existing among us for centuries, right? Until it got to the point where, Professor Ade was just speaking to Benjamin, and he said the same thing. Until these members or these community members started openly promoting, recruiting, and trying to orient young people into their community. We've heard of stories from the USA across the world where young people are taking hormone blockers to become transgender and all that. And that's because of what the material they're exposed to, right? So if LGBTQ plus community members were carrying on with the activities, whether they are aligned left to right sexually, without making it a public issue, do you think we would arrive here where the country, majority of the population, is saying that we need to protect our young ones, for which reason this law or this bill has been passed?
First of all, where did you get that information that you've just given me?
Which of the...
Facts. The information that there are recruitments, there are... Because, you know, as a journalist...
We've seen from my own observation, we've seen even in Nigeria, talk of Bobrisky and the rest who want to act like women, and young people are seeing this.
Observation as a person to pass a law and not by research and facts and evidence.
So you're saying that
say people are recruiting? Who is recruiting for what? Have you seen a list of people listed down and people are going, do you want to be gay? Yes, no, then I tick and I recruit you. Or people are recruiting, or people are standing somewhere to say, okay, I want to change you into and make you into, so these people need to be criminalized. You see, when we are making such statements, you know, especially as journalists, I think it's important that we hold clearly the facts of the matter. If you had told me, per research, 70% of LGBT people are standing outside recruiting, 50% of people are doing this, 70%, then I would accept what you're saying. Then we can argue with facts and figures. You know? Then we can say this bill is based on a clear evidence. The only fact I have, and I would use here, is, have you checked the domestic violence and victim support unit statistics on abuse of young people? And have you seen the number of people who are abused by heterosexuals as against homosexuals? Have you seen those statistics? That is what you should be checking and using as a fact, because that is an government institution churning out figures that clearly shows that more young people are abused by heterosexuals as against homosexuals. So I think that it's important that before we have these conversations, people do their research. People are sure that what they are saying is not
right. Rob, let me come in here. I just chanced on this article to back my claim. So in 2020, the Pan-African International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans and Intersex Association announced a scheduled conference which was to be held in Ghana between July 27th and July 31st. The conference was the 5th edition of the organization's annual regional conference and was set to be the first of its kind to have been hosted in the country. You and I know the intended purpose of a conference like that, for this group to meet.
Yeah.
The question I asked you earlier was if LGBTQ plus community members carried on with their lives without making it a public issue, then we would not get to the point where Parliament or parliamentarians and individuals find the need to protect the masses. Because you and I, again, know that when we are talking about proper or Ghanaian social rights or sexual rights, this LGBTQ plus practice is alien to us. How do you respond to that?
First of all, if Catholics are having a conference, Catholic bishops are having a conference, are they recruiting Catholic bishops? If Muslims are having a conference, are they recruiting Muslims? And even Christians are having a conference. If women, feminists, are having a conference, are they recruiting feminists? Just answer me that question. And for example, what is Parliament protecting? You know, because the thing is, we say somebody's protected, somebody's guarding, somebody's ensuring something doesn't happen. What are we protecting? Because you said protecting children. I've just told you that per statistics, if you look at the domestic, if you do your homework and check on the Domestic Violence Act now, like as you have been given about Pan-African International Lesbian Gay Association, and give me those statistics and tell me how many pedophiles on that list are homosexuals. You see, what we want to do as a country is to pass laws, and we have all the institutions in place that are backed by research. You see, people do not use their whims and caprice to do things because of their religion, their culture. People remember, Ghana is not a religious country, as we say, because we are a secular state. We are a state that has various groups of religions, various groups of people who are free by the constitution to have their own belief. So if our constitution says I can have my belief and I don't have to be a Christian, I don't have to be a Muslim, I don't have to be a traditionalist, and I can't be arrested for that, why is it that in my belief that I don't believe in any of these things, we do not downgrade or see LGBT people as a problem? But our constitution has to, because I do not believe it, but because a certain group of people believe it, then it should be.
We'll come back. I want us to talk about the international reactions we are receiving from the UN and all. But again, I want to read another part of this article to you. It says the conference aims to, 1, engage on common regional strategies to achieve change in policies that discriminate people based on their sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics. 2, develop strategies to build the capacity of LGBTI youth across the continent through capacity building workshops. 3, share ideas for effective advocacy on the continent of Africa. 4, receive advocacy training in relation to relevant regional and international bodies, including the UN. Confirm the mandate of the PAI board in taking forward LGBTI rights on the continent. And then finally, confirm the mandate of the PAI board. That's what I read, taking it forward on the continent.
So where is there?
Are you saying that from so you know what? We can play semantics. I see how that. Let's just move on.
No, you see, it's not a matter of semantics. You know, it's a matter of what is written. And as we measure and talk about it, you are also reading meaning into what you're seeing. And I'm giving you the clear indication to say, you need to show me where in there is written that whatever is there is recruiting.
So I can
by recruiting.
Right. Robert, we can do this is taking a bit of time. And if
the semantics, we will play it, but at the end of the day, it's about you seeing what is written and that is written, and being clear about the fact that there is nothing written or nothing said about recruitment.
How about promotion?
Where is the promotion? Promotion of what?
If LGBTQ plus community members are coming to Ghana to host a conference, the young people who may be innocent, oblivious to what even this means, LGBTQ plus means, and then they get exposed to the activities of these community members. After that exposure, are you telling me that you cannot classify that as promotion, because that young person then understands that there's something called gay, lesbian, which although is foreign to him or her, can start reading more, watching more videos, leaning towards that direction? Is that not promotion?
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with this conversation around young people.
Right. But let's move on to the international reactions we are receiving so far. Kwekwa Santi, if you are still on the line, I'll come back to you, Robert. But if Kweku is on the line, Kweku is not with us. So back to you, Robert. We know that the UN is urging Ghana not to pass this bill because it infringes on the human rights of individuals. We also had opinions from various people who say that it would hinder the progress of certain activities, anti-HIV activities in terms of donor funding and the rest. Where do you stand on this issue in terms of international reaction to,
On the same line, I mean, as an international human rights advocate, of course, that is what we've been saying over the past 3 years since this bill conversation started, around the fact that we are not even talking about LGBT people alone as a group or as an identity or as a sexuality, but talking about the erosion of human rights protection because a group of people do not believe in the identity or the existence of a group of people. It's just like talking about the Nazism time where some group of people were identified as different and therefore they need to be treated different and be burned and be all of that. Or saying that women do not belong to boardrooms because of who they are. You are eroding human rights protection of these people. Already there are programs in Ghana that are ongoing to protect all sorts of groups of people, including men who have sex with men, under this government. So since the running of this program, how has harm been caused by these programs that are already ongoing? And you have already said that LGBT people have always existed. And you have to just, as a scientist and researcher, I would say what research has been done in Ghana to show that there is increased damage caused by the LGBT community. And that is why the international community is outraged by how Ghana is eroding its human rights profile. Because we always know that Ghana has been a beacon of human rights protection on the continent.
I like that you said that because, again, the law makes the bill, not a law yet, makes provision for the protection of these people. Because the fourth provision is giving up from between 6 months to 3 years jail term for anyone who practices or engages in extrajudicial activities or treatment for LGBTQ plus community members. So it's not completely insensitive towards their rights and how, the reception of this law in the country. So it's not, you cannot say that once we pass this bill into law, then we are being entirely unfair or insensitive towards the community members. Can you say that?
If you say, let me slap you and give you a bottle of water, how does that sound to you? It's telling the person you do not exist. You cannot hold out us. You do not exist.
I think it's saying that you can exist, but don't make your business public business.
But listen, that is not what the law is saying. The first section says, hold out us. That is questioning the person's identity, and that is existence. Like saying, you can't be a woman. It's just that. So if it says that you can't be a woman, it says, oh, you can't be a woman, but if you're a woman, I will, if somebody questions you for acting as a woman, I will punish you. I'll punish the person for it. That is what it says. Is that protection of human rights? No, is that protection of human rights to you?
Well, that's how you've asked a question. Those who have answers will answer you. I'm sure Ghanaian our viewers are following and they'll answer in the comment section. But that's all the time that we have for this particular conversation this morning. Robert Akoto Amafu, thank you for joining us. He's a human rights activist, and it was great chatting with you on the show. But that's not the end of it. We are going to host a young man passionate about issues of the youth and seeking to be a member of parliament for Ketu North on the ticket of the opposition National Democratic Congress. Eric Edemagbana is my next guest on the AM show. I'll be right back.
It's good to stay strong together. It's good to share nutritious meals cooked with Fritol, a vitamin A fortified oil. Fritol, you deserve a life of goodness. This advert is
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Blessing, do you know of any good medical school I can take Kofi to?
Oh, Fifi, is that why you're looking all moody? Then I have some good news for you. The College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, COMAS, Accra, Ghana, is a degree-awarding institution, and they offer Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Programs, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging, and BSc Health Information Management. All these programs are accredited by GTEC. Their bilingual curriculum prepares you to consult in French.
But I'm worried about admissions.
Admissions are ongoing. Contact us on Facebook or on Instagram at info.comas or call us on 0208-456-556 or send them an email info@comas.edu.gh. COMAS, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
Welcome back to the AM show. We are still doing the big stories, and I told you I'll be joined by the former youth organizer, now parliamentary candidate for Ketu North on the ticket of the NDC, Eric Edemagbana. It's good to have you in the studio with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Right, but before we continue this conversation, I have to take a short break so that we continue. We'll be right back. Please don't change that dial.
The race to Jubilee House is on. Ghana is at a crossroads.
It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
In a nation where every vote counts, every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage.
JoyNews, your election headquarters.
A team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates and biased analysis.
is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
Welcome back to the show. Thank you for staying with us. I just welcomed Eric Edemagbana onto the show, the AM show. Thank you for joining us. Have you had a chance yet to give your reaction to the anti-LGBTQ plus bill that was passed in Parliament?
No, not yet.
Please, what do you think about it?
Well, first let me say good morning to you, sweetie, and to your production crew and all the people watching us this morning, especially to the good people of Cathedral North. And let me once again appreciate their resilience and support as a people. I have enjoyed the support of my people growing up. I always say that I'm a product of the community, and it's out of the love and the support of the community that I am where I am today, and that is why I'm very passionate about serving my people. So on such a platform, I always want to thank my community, thank the entire constituency and everybody supporting us in the pursuit of the empowering Cathedral North agenda. The anti-LGBTQ bill and all the matters around it. I, first of all, want to commend our members of parliament. And yesterday I listened to my very good friend and brother, the Honorable Sam George, and he mentioned that he had support, or the team had support from both sides of the House. And so he even mentioned the likes of the Honorable Osei Mensa Bonsu and co as people who were part of those who sponsored the bill. I think that as a people, whatever it takes for us to protect our values, our culture, we should be able to do that. There have been concerns about some aspects of the bill, but I want to believe that the fact that majority of the members of parliament have agreed and they passed the bill, we are waiting to see what the President of the Republic will do. We want to know whether the President will assent to the bill and then make finally for it to pass to be a law. And so that's the stage that we are now. I think that as a people, yes, it is important to protect human rights. It is important to protect the rights of the individual. But it is also important for us as a people not to lose our dignity and our values as a people. And so whatever it will take for us to do that, we must do it. But at the same time, in doing that, we must ensure that people are given justice, people are given fair hearings, because I generally have a problem with our judiciary and our justice delivery system. So I think that the passing of the bill is just one of the steps. The President should assent to it, and let's ensure that the right things are done to protect this beautiful republic that we call our home.
Right. In your introduction or your greeting to your people, you mentioned that you're a product of the people.
Yes.
And I've read articles about you saying that being a young man was pivotal in your victory as the now NDC parliamentary candidate for Cathedral North. How pivotal has it been for you?
Well, I think that in the contest, we had fantastic people all qualified to go to parliament on the ticket of the NDC. I was the youngest among them. Okay. And it's actually one of the unique things I sold to the people, my youthfulness. One thing that a lot of people may not know is that before I entered into the contest, I did a comprehensive research of my constituency. And Ketu North is one of the most youthful constituencies in Ghana. 81.92% of people in Ketu North are below the age of 50. 81.92%.
Are you looking into my notebook?
No, I'm just telling you,
okay,
sweetie.
81.
81.92% of people in Ketu North are below the age of 50. So we are a very youthful population or youthful constituency. And so young people in Ketu North are very forceful, very resilient. And then they wanted a certain kind of leadership. And so after the research, we needed to respond to that. And that's why we sold the message of hope, the message of effective representation, message of accessibility, because for many of these young people, they just want to find in you a role model or the inspiration to also fight on and do better for themselves. Last week, I was in the constituency. I spent quite some time at a very popular filling station in Georgia with the fuel station attendants, having a conversation with them. Why? Because about 15, 16 years ago, I was selling fuel at the Glory Hall filling station at Osu and all that. So when I stopped by and I shared my experiences with them and I encouraged them, they got fired up. And I told them, this is a good job, but let it just be a springboard for your future aspirations. And had a good conversation with them. So for some of the young people, they just want that leader who will be there for them, encourage them, support them to grow. And that is how we are building the Ketu North project. It's a whole project on its own.
Right.
Every aspect of the constituency, we are making frantic efforts to put in some good investment and see the results in real time. And so I'm a product of the community. It's by people's support. My dad was a driver, not from a wealthy home. My mom has never been to school, petty trader and a farmer. And so people supported me growing up all the way to the university, and people still support me. And so if it was about maybe my personal resources and all of that, maybe I will not be with you as parliamentary candidate. But it's the support of the people. Amazingly, and let me tell you this, do you know that when I was contesting in the primaries, a group of young people in the constituency on my team made it a point to contribute monthly from their little resources, as some are teachers, some are farmers, some are even motokulao, they are motor riders. And they were contributing to support my campaign. And so when I say I'm a product of the community support, I know what I'm talking about.
It's good that you mentioned that, because I was getting there. So you're a young man.
Yes, very young.
Product of the community.
Yes.
Your age is pivotal in your landslide victory, or your victory in winning that primaries. What have you've been in leadership position on the NDC in the party for a while.
Yes.
As a young man from Ketu North, who says Ketu North is a whole project on its own. Yeah. What specifically, just name 3 things that you have done so far that speaks to what you can do if given the mandate, because you didn't just come into power, you've had power for some time. What have you done with it so far? Great.
So I'm now coming into power as
you were a youth
organizer.
A member
of, yes, so I was a deputy national youth organizer of my party. I have been SRC president at the University of Ghana. I have had work with NGOs within the constituency and all of that. But if you ask me, I believe that I've done quite a number of things. But if you ask me for 3, let me begin with my investments in education. As far back as 2013, I realized the need. I saw the need for us to build a community of volunteers to go teach in communities where there are no teachers. And so I started a project called the Volunteers Ghana Project. We went to not just Ketu North, but across the country, Ghana. I recruited over 1,000 volunteers from our universities. And then this long vacation that university students usually have. Those from the very rich homes will usually travel abroad and all of that, go have their vacations elsewhere. But I use that particular period to give other young people the opportunity to volunteer and impact on society. And so it's an award-winning project. And that is why in 2017, during the Ghana at 60, I was acknowledged as one of Ghana's 60 most influential young leaders because of that. So that is one of my projects. In Ketu North, I'm investing heavily in education. As we speak today, the performance of students at the BEC level in Ketu North is not very, very good. It's not very good. You go to some of the schools and the best grade or the best graduating student from JSS has 35, some 33, that's aggregate, 35, 38 and all of that. And so I have decided that how do we tackle the problem from the root so that we can address this issue? Surprisingly, even mathematical sets, many of them go to the BEC examination center without mathematical sets. And so last year, and this math set project, I started in 2015. 2015, I selected the very deprived schools. Then I was just working on my own, no political power, but I shared mathematical sets to students in my constituency. I have pictures and videos to that effect. Last year, all the 2,134 candidates who sat for the BEC from my constituency, we supported them with mathematical sets. We have set up an educational trust fund where we are giving support to brilliant but needy students from the constituency who aspire for higher education. If you go to University of Ghana today, and the records are there are about 6 students from my constituency that are on entirely 100% scholarship from me as an individual. And I hope to do more. You go to KN University, go to UHAS, we have all of that.
So you've done some.
I'm doing all of that. Health-wise, we're doing a lot more. In terms of sports, 2015, I sent Prince Tego and Adebayo, Emmanuel Adebayo to my constituency for a talent discovery.
You keep listing
that's all the track record.
Yes, okay, I get that.
We have a tall list of all of that, yes.
Okay, so now out of this 81.92% of youth in
below
Ketu
50
North,
years, yes.
even if all these people decided to contribute 100 cedis each to your campaign team, it wouldn't make up the total money you need to do that campaign.
Yes,
we know the money is involved in funding. Now, you're a young man in this country. We know how young people are faring in this country. How did you fund your campaign?
Great.
Because you seem like an ambitious man. So
I think that I keep telling people one thing, that when you have clarity of vision and you have proven that you are trustworthy, you have proven that given the opportunity you can perform, you get a lot of people to support you. Okay. And so there are many people who invest in the projects that I'm doing in Ketu North, not necessarily because they are expecting anything in return, but they just see a young man with a blazing desire to develop his constituency. And so that fire, that passion, that vision attracts a lot of people. I can give you clear examples.
So you have investors, people who are investing.
I don't call them investors. They are people that are supporting. Okay. For example, there's a young man who sells computers around Wisconsin University, the North Legon stretch. He was my colleague or a friend at the University of Ghana. I walked into his shop and said, Victor, I want to buy a set of computers to donate to schools in my constituency. He said, this is good. Let me support you with 15 computers. A young man from Tamale called Abdul Kudus, called me on the phone and said, I've seen on your Facebook wall that you are mobilizing support to donate computers to schools without computers in your constituency. I can support you with 5. Others called 2, 1. And so, so all of these things are part of the project. Right. The campaign itself, we must admit that politics has become a very expensive venture.
Yes.
Because you need money to organize rallies, to organize programs,
to pay delegates,
to pay delegates, transportation, and all of that. And you need to raise or mobilize resources. But you see, one of the many qualities that you must have as a leader with vision is your ability to mobilize resources using the very legal means. So how do you mobilize resources or support from people? I mentioned the group of young people in my constituency that support. I also have, so one of the things I did prior to my campaign was that I organized more like a dinner, so like a fundraising dinner for friends, colleagues from school, colleagues from the university, people I've worked with in the past. I sold my vision to them and I told them that I need you guys to come together, contribute, support my ambitions, because I want to do A, B, C, and D. And there were people that willingly came on board and then they do support. Right here on my phone, I can show you groups of people, various WhatsApp groups, where almost on daily or weekly basis, people are chipping in something. So we have a short code, we have a website designed by the group, and then friends who just feel connected to the vision that I have, and then they are supporting. And so when you have all of these people on board, as a leader, you are confident because you know that it is your vision that is attracting the support. And so you need to do a lot more to earn the trust of the people. And so that's what we are doing.
So you have supporters
yes,
who are supporting
I have supporters, many of them. And I learned this style of raising funds from the Obama campaign in 2008. I was a little boy, passionate about politics. And so I followed the Obama campaign. I signed up to the Obama campaign at the time just to be watching his videos and all of that. And then it got to a point they asked us to be contributing $1. So if you see here in my emails, we get constant reminders to donate $1 to the Hope campaign. That was as far back as 2008. Right. And so anything that they spent the money on, they render an account in your emails and all of that. So I have supporters, a good support system of people who are willing to support me to see the project. But we want to know
anyone who's popular, any popular politician or any politician who's part of these supporters that you have?
Oh, but I mean, there are many. Having worked with them as a national executive, you will have some of even some current MPs and former appointees who will be chipping in some support. The former president himself is a very good friend of mine, and he's like a father who believes in me and my vision, and his wife is another support. It's more like a mother. But I'm just telling you that having worked within the space, certainly you have all of these people supporting a young man who is on fire to see real results.
You obviously have the quality to attract that.
So don't be surprised.
So the question, the follow-up question now would be, you're an aspiring member of parliament.
Yes.
Should you get the opportunity to serve in parliament, and these people come calling that they need you to lean a certain way when it comes to the activities of parliament, would you be forced to acquiesce to their demands because they funded your campaign? They made you.
No. I think that, I mean,
how would you deal with it if they come and say that we gave you X amount of money?
That's why. So for example, if I mention, I mean, I have not mentioned any individual yet, but if we even, let's use President Mahama as an example. What would be his interest? His interest is to see a better Ghana.
You can never tell what the interest of politicians are.
And you see, some of these things, I believe they remain largely a perception that people have. What is it that an individual member of parliament can do in parliament that will affect his constituents negatively but will benefit a single individual? These are issues, and we are in a public space. And I recall when the likes of Haruna Idrisu were coming to parliament, these were questions that people were asking. When the likes of Honorable Sam George, Honorable Samuel Okujeto are black. But today, you will agree with me that they are among the most amazing, the most fantastic, parliamentarians that we have ever had. Even the likes of Apenyo Makin, he came in as a young man. People were asking these questions. But you see their performance and the kind of things that the people are doing in parliament, and you will agree with me that it remains largely a perception. I don't think that knowing me and those who have known me very well, in fact, if there is one weakness, sometimes you hear people say, this guy is this or that, it's because they know that, as for me, I am a strongly convicted person when I believe in something and I believe it is the right thing to do, regardless of who you are, it doesn't matter what you've done for me in the past. When I believe that this is right and I'm in pursuit of the right thing, there is no way you can take me off that path. And so,
has that ever been a reason someone would refuse to support you? Knowing that
maybe the person hasn't approached me, but people have known me as I'm a very principled young man. From my days, even as a student leader, there were many times I got into trouble with university authorities. My certificate, I couldn't even graduate with my colleagues within the same period because I got into trouble with university authorities because I maintained my position on certain issues. But all these things are prices that you pay, sacrifices that you make for leadership. I believe that as a leader, you are the embodiment of the hope and aspirations of your people that you are serving, not for any individual or groups of people. So for me, as an individual, anytime I am in position, anytime I occupy any position, I make sure that I serve the interests of the people.
Right.
Not me, not the interests of any individual out there. So I always move with the motto that not me, but us.
People. Right, we don't have enough time, but
yes.
I saw your Water for All project in the K2. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we have identified that the current Member of Parliament, the Honorable Dr. James Kuche Aveji, has done a lot with regards to bringing potable water to the people.
Okay.
In his 19 years as member of Parliament, he has drilled not less than 120 boreholes, and we have all of that record. But you see, water, in some communities, you may have drilled water for them 16 years ago. At this time, some of their pumps are spoiled, something may happen to. So there are still some communities that are in need of water. I sat with him, discussed with him, and I told him that I have an ambitious plan to provide 40 mechanized boreholes before the end of this year, 2024. And we started. So I'm appealing to NGOs, individuals, and people are coming on board, and they are supporting. Just yesterday, I was in Tamale, the northern region, to have a meeting with an NGO that is currently drilling boreholes for some communities in the northern region. So I traveled all the way there to conclude my arrangements with them so that later in the year, they will come to my constituency, and the negotiations that I'm having with them so far, by the time we are done, that particular NGO alone will drill 20 boreholes in Ketu North because of negotiation. That is what leadership is all about. So I went there yesterday just to have or confirm or let me say conclude negotiations with them on that. So the Water for All project is basically an ambitious plan to ensure that in 2024 we drill 40 mechanized boreholes. Then in 2025 we add an additional 60. The promise is that by 2028, when I'm done with my first term as Member of Parliament, I want to ensure that there is no community in Ketu North with a water crisis. And so we are appealing to people. I have 4 secondary schools in my constituency.
This is also going to be funded by your supporters?
No, I mean, when you get into, we get NGOs support.
Yeah, they are all supporters. What I mean is, it's not coming from your money, your pockets alone, because you have the
development cannot
funding.
Be funded by an individual alone.
Yes.
You make an appeal. As we speak today, I was appealing to somebody recently that, look, I have 4 secondary schools in my constituency. 2 of them, they are facing acute water challenges. 2 secondary schools. For one of them, which is the Beta Secondary School, the students have to carry their buckets and walk a long distance to a nearby community to be able to get water.
Right.
And so when I go to people and I sell the challenge to them this way, trust me, people find the need
I think
to
it's
do some of
admirable
these
what
things.
you're
and
doing.
So,
you're solving a real problem.
So we are solving the real problem.
Quickly before we go, because we need to wrap up. I know you're not one to withhold your opinion on issues of government and all that. I recently saw you describe the Kufado and Kenoforiata as Siamese twins.
Yes.
So quickly, on the State of the Nation's address, what is your opinion on the issues that the president puts forward, particularly on his praises of the Gold for Oil policy?
No, I think that the president missed the point on Tuesday when he presented the State of the Nation address.
Okay.
I want to believe that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is living in a world of his own, because whatever he read did not define the realities that we face. Now, the reality we face today in Ghana is one of hopelessness, where many young people, and there's an AfroBarometer report. Yes, there's an AfroBarometer report that suggests that 8 out of 10 Ghanaian youth believe that they can only make progress in life when they travel out of this country. Oh, yes. There's an AfroBarometer report that suggests that 90% of Ghanaians believe that this government is corrupt. And so, hopelessness, unemployment, these are the challenges that we face. And
perhaps you have the time.
Yeah, we'll have another time, sweetie. But so you didn't tell the people that you are 50-50 from Ketu North.
I'm not 50-50. I'm 200% everything.
No, you are 200% everything. I'm talking about Ketu North.
Thank you so much for staying with this conversation. But that's not all. We are hosting another gentleman on the show. We're talking about March March. It's a march to donate blood to support the National Blood Bank happening at the Labuma Beach this weekend. Please stay with us for that.
At the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
Champion, undefeated, no liberty,
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on JoyNews. JoyNews, your election headquarters.
It's still the AM show right here on Joy News, and we are talking about March March. The name, the meaning there is already implied. I'm joined in the studio by Mame Kwaba Stevens, who's team lead for the March March blood donation, and Captain CK Nuoma, who's a senior biomedical scientist acting head of department at Blood Bank at the 37 Military Hospital. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you
so,
for having us.
You are Mame Kwaba, which means the foundation that is leading this charge is yours. Yes, tell me briefly about the March blood donation exercise.
So March, like you said, the name sort of implies, but March for the month of March, in March like we're walking. Right. And this kind of started as a birthday campaign. It was a milestone birthday. Okay. And the idea was to encourage people to donate blood either on their birthday or birth month. Because if you think about, every day is somebody's birthday. So if you had even 0.0001% of people donating blood every year, then that could ensure that the blood bank is constantly stocked with blood. So we used to do it in the Ayimensa to Pediasi area. We did it we started 2018, sorry. Right. And we did it for 3 years. And then there was COVID, which we did a virtual March then. And we've done it in Laboma the last 2 years. We're doing it again this time around. Okay. So it's supposed to be an awareness campaign. Basically, you realize that one of the reasons why people don't get blood is because they are not aware of the situation. And so this is supposed to answer lots of questions. And so as you realize, even as we are walking or marching, there are messages behind the shirt. So the shirts serve as a moving billboard. So you're going to be educated. We want you to leave there a bit more enlightened. Right. And blood is not necessarily the most exciting thing to talk about. So you have to talk about it in a very fun, engaging, exciting way. And that's how you're going to get people's attention. So it's a walk like no other, in the sense that after we walk, people of all walks of life, because when it gets to blood, there's nothing about hierarchy, there's nothing about, prestige or whatever. When you need blood, you need blood. Okay. It doesn't matter who's going to give it to you. So people from all walks of life come along and we walk. So this time is going to be Saturday, 5:30 a.m. in the morning. Okay. And we're going to walk from Laboma Beach to the La Township and back to Laboma Beach. Okay. And whilst we are there, there's going to be lots of fun activities. There's going to be aerobics, there's going to be games. Anything to engage people and to educate, more important, educate them about the need to get blood. Right. And there's also going to be a blood donation exercise there on the beach.
About blood donation, a lot of people are concerned, some people have concerns about donating blood, because it appears every time there's some sort of charity activity or, community building activity, there's blood donation over there. Captain, you are with the blood department. Yeah. What's the real blood situation in the country?
Okay, so for us as a country, we are expected to produce about a little over 300,000 units of blood yearly. Okay. Unfortunately for us, post-COVID, we've not been able to meet that demand. Currently, we are doing around 35 to 40% of production. Oh. So that tells us that we are not able to meet that demand. So for us as an institution, and also with our partners such as the Ghana Blood Bank Service, we continually call on people to come to the facility to donate. One interesting thing about blood is that though you have organizations, you have charities, you have foundations supporting blood bank service and donating, those units of blood that are donated usually last for a limited number of days. So it means that every 35 days after donation, they expire, then you need new stocking. So for us, these programs and this organization gives us the opportunity for us to restock ourselves such that we are able to meet the demands, the daily demands of people in various situations, critical conditions. Yeah.
Can anyone donate blood?
Yes, exactly. So mostly we expect young people over 18 years to donate, and also for the ages, we are looking at around 60, at least not 60, but at least around that age to be able to donate blood.
Right. Yeah. So any final words before we need to wrap this up? Any final words to the people? You can invite them yourself to come and join you on the day, please. Look into the camera.
Oh, thank you. So first of all, like I said, thank you so much, the Joy family, for making this possible, because like I said, the media sets the agenda, and through your help, other people are going to know about this. So the Case News Group and the Kwaba Foundation, with the support from that's a military hospital, the National Blood Service, and all my sponsors out there, want to say a very big thank you, because without your help, if you come, you realize that this takes a lot of effort, a lot of money, and without the help of numerous generous sponsors, including yourselves, this wouldn't have been possible. Now, the other thing I also want people to understand is that people would say, oh, I just donated blood, so I can't come, or I'm not, of the age bracket, but this is an awareness campaign. Come either way. Everybody has a role to play in this blood issue in Ghana. So if you cannot donate blood, you can find somebody to donate blood on your behalf. You can volunteer, you can sponsor, you can, like what Joy is doing right now, you can, give us the media platform to do that. So please come and support the cause whichever way, because that blood issue is real and people don't realize it till they have a loved one needing it. Ghana needs, and the good news is the fact that I strongly believe this is solvable. If we all get together, if we do it selflessly, and we have a can-do spirit, and do it in solidarity. And the other thing is that this year we also have the Green Initiative, where each donor is going to get given a seedling, a plant, fruit. And the idea is kind of doubling the impact. This whole idea about, Green Ghana, climate change and all that. So when the donor, in addition to everything else that we're going to give to them, once they give them the plant, you go and plant the seedling. And as the seedling is growing, it reminds you of the good you've done. It also bears fruit, and it has kind of that double impact, the future generations and everything else. We have about 12 different seedlings. So please come and have fun. The most important thing is come, let's have fun.
Right.
Yes.
Come and let's have fun. It's happening at Labuma Beach this weekend. It's the March. Donate a blood to save a life, Thank you so much, Captain C.K. Norma, who's Senior Biomedical Scientist, Acting Head of Department for the Blood Bank at 37 Military Hospital, and the Director for Kaysen's Group, founder of Kwaba Foundation, and former brand ambassador of the National Blood Service Ghana, Mame Kwaba Stevens, were my guests. Right, so that's how we wrap up for the AM show this morning. My name is Sweetie Abochi, and I did this with Benjamin Akako. Up next is Joy News Desk. Please stay watching.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Joy News Desk. We're live from our studios in Kokomlemle. We're a home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. My name is Kenneth Jesse. Coming up, coalition of 18 civil society groups headed for the Supreme Court should President Akufo-Addo assent to what they call an obnoxious Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2021. More as the proponents of the bill also prepare to face them in court. Also ahead in this program, Attorney General defends President Akufo-Addo's 10 trillion judgment debt saved to the state statement. More as he says the amount is even an understatement.
Savings that the president announced were actually an underestimation. The president grossly underestimated.
Also coming up, stroke identified as the leading cause of death in the eastern region. We'll tell you more details of these and many other stories coming up in the next 1 hour. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to the program.